Hey everyone, this is Anarch. That's the intro. That's the intro. I actually wasn't sure if I was streaming there for a second. So that's the intro for this one. Hey everyone, this is Anarch. That's hilarious. That's going to be the new intro for these, I think. Yeah, so I'm just sharing around the link. I decided I'm going to do a Thanksgiving night stream. Here I was at home. I figured probably a few other people are just sitting around doing not much. And so here you go. It's an opportunity to hang out with anarchists on Thanksgiving evening. I'm going to spread this link around now. Okay, this is hilarious. The AI suggested a new name for this stream. The new name for the stream, the AI says it should be "Stop Wasting Time on Boring Streams. Join me on Thanksgiving night." That's pretty good. That's pretty sweet. That's the one I should use, I think. It's going to be that for now. Okay, so let's see here. Let's announce it in all the places. Okay, place number 1 right there. This is so funny. That's the best title any of my streams has ever had. Hey everyone, Anarch here. And this is Daniel drinking booze. Oh, I mean, I would never do that. Bore me, Daddy Anarch. Will do. That's what I've got planned for this evening. See, I've just been laying around being lazy all day, but I figured, you know, I'm going to make the most of today. I'm going to actually make something for the channel. So here it is. This is a top effort right now. Sorry, I'm just looking at these AI suggested titles because, you know, if you get this certain plugin, it just does a bunch of stuff for you that's super helpful. It's not all AI stuff, but this part is AI, and it suggests stop wasting time on boring streams. Join me on Thanksgiving night. Thanksgiving night stream Showdown, family versus friends. What I learned from hosting 10 epic Thanksgiving night streams. Oh, also, I got a kitten. Yeah. Hooah! It's a kitten, see? This is my new kitten. His name is Murray. He likes to bite. He's a big fan of biting, I gotta say. He's very polemic, just like Murray, right? Hey, don't claw me. Mwah. Oh, no, now he wants to bite my hand and click the mouse. That's what he... Ow, ow! Okay, too much teeth. Too much teeth. Ugh. There we go. Wait, I'm gonna call it Thanksgiving night kitten showdown. There we go. Everybody's gonna be like, what? That's gonna be super confusing. Okay, I got to keep posting it in other places. Let's see. Here's the live link. There we go. got a new member, or rather just got a recurring member for 11 months. A backer, Long Defiant. He says, thanks, my night just got a 1000% better. Best wishes on this holiday, such as it is. Yeah, there's a lot that could be said about Thanksgiving and its political implications. We might get into that. We probably will end up getting into that tonight, but it's not really my plan. My plan is mostly a chill stream, to be honest. So, yeah, I would ask, how's everybody doing? But honestly, pretty much everybody I know is not doing very well. I'm just going to assume people probably aren't doing very well. Feel free to give the answer, though, in the chat. So if anybody didn't know, BDS has announced that it is adding Coca-Cola to its list of boycotted products. So I guess from now on, everybody should be boycotting Coca-Cola. Because I've said before, I am not I'm vocally against personal, unorganized boycotts. I think that they are really ineffective, and they're mostly just to make people feel better personally. But when it comes to organized collective boycotts, those can be very, very effective. And BDS is probably the most organized and collective boycott that I can think of at the moment. So I would say people should definitely boycott whatever BDS has on the list, and Coca-Cola is now one of those included things. I wonder how many people we'll end up having, because it's night. This is actually the first time I've done one where I kind of started in the evening, I think, or maybe very early on when I first started doing the channel. I had a live stream that was in the evening, but it would have been a long time ago at this point. Yeah, sipping on a Pepsi. Now sipping on Pepsi, that's gonna be like the stuff the cool activists do. That's what the cool radical leftists do. We drink Pepsi now. Everybody's gonna like convince themselves that Pepsi's like really, really good. It's like the better of the two. Everybody's gonna be like, I don't know how anybody ever thought Coke was better. Pepsi is definitely better. Maymar says, what do you think of the Australian social media ban that happened today? I don't know anything about it, but I'll look it up. Australian social media ban. All right. Okay. For everyone under 16, I saw that. I don't know how you can really enforce that, to be honest, unless you're enforcing it on their phone or their device, but I don't think that it's always going to be attached to a person. So knowing what it's like, in fact, to be a young person, I'm very doubtful that anybody's going to be able to stop a young person from getting on the internet if they've really got their mind set to it. But I mean, it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to come to a conclusion on that, because I actually think that social media is kind of brain rotting. So it's like hard for me to say that it's like necessarily a bad thing. I would say it's probably a bad thing overall, because also it's like really hard to actually curate social media. So it also means that minors could be seeing stuff they're not supposed to see to begin with. I mean, that's just one of many concerns. You know, obviously, like we said, it's kind of brain rotting. But once again, probably people under 16 are going to find a way to get on the internet. It's always basically been reliant on parents purposely constraining the use of their children's, their internet access. So we'll see, I guess. So somebody said PepsiCo is on BDS. Is that true? Let's see. Okay. I have no idea. Let's see. So looking on the actual BDS website, I am not seeing any mention of PepsiCo. Not seeing it. So I can't read that name. I don't understand that those letters. It says, just a quick reminder, for many indigenous people, particularly the Wampanoag and other Northeast Native nations, in the so-called U.S., this holiday is called the National Day of Mourning. Yeah, that makes sense. First donation of the stream for $10 from Ultra Cosmic. And he says, yo, first stream I've been able to attend live in a while. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the upside to me doing these a little bit later is because people who usually wouldn't get to sit on the streams get to. So glad you can attend, my friend. Kyle Stoner says, there was a fantastic live stream of the National Day of Mourning from Plymouth today. It's up on YouTube. Red Nation Linktree has the link too. So I'm not familiar. I'll go look it up real quick. Let's see here. Red Nation National Day of Mourning. Seeing ones from years ago. I'm having a hard time finding one from today. Let's see, Red Nation. The Red Nation. Let's go take a look.
I'm attacking.
Yeah. So far, I haven't been able to find it on the Red Nation YouTube channel, but maybe that's not what you're talking about. Nice. Somebody gifted 5 memberships, and I appreciate that. That's basically just like a donation. I was going to say what the reward for YouTube usually is that y'all get to see the video released ahead of time. But I saw a tip that when you release the videos ahead of time to one group of your membership, and at the start there's like really low uptake and you don't get a lot of people because like that's only a few people that see that in your membership, it like hurts the spread of your video because it looks to the metrics like you have like low watch time, or that since it's been out it's had few watches. YouTube insists that that is not the case. However, on these last few videos, I've been testing it out, just releasing it as normal to everybody all at the same time. And I'm sad to say that it does look like it makes some difference. It looks like those videos have done better than a bunch of videos that I was releasing beforehand where I did make them come out early for members. So I don't really know how to balance that fact. I could do like 2 uploads, one for members, one for not members. I don't know. There's probably some way around that I'm not thinking about, but that is essentially what's been happening. Riveroon says, apologies, it's not all PepsiCo products. Things like SodaStream and Sabra are PepsiCo, and they're on the list. I didn't know that. I thought SodaStream and Sabra were both independent companies. Nonetheless, yes, I did know that SodaStream and Sabra were on the list. People should also be boycotting SodaStream and Sabra. I think most people probably aren't buying SodaStream. It's kind of a niche product to begin with. But Sabra, wow, that one is everywhere, right? We've got Sabra products in like every gas station or something. So that's definitely one people should be aware of, because that's one that you probably have an opportunity to boycott quite a lot. I remember when I was younger and I was like, you know, eating a lot of hummus for some reason. I liked hummus and pretzel chips. I was eating a lot of that Sabra hummus. Ding, Joshly says, the Espolone, once again, wild how you tank that raw. Yeah, no, I'm just chasing it with soda. Oh, PepsiCo bought them. Interesting. Yeah, probably a good acquisition for them, huh? They were bought by Pepsi. See, I wonder if that means that ownership changed. I suppose it doesn't matter, but Ubik says Sabra hummus sucks anyway. That's true. There's a lot of better alternatives out there, that's for sure. Oh, is the kitten running around in the background? That sounds about right. I probably should have like staged this such that the kitten was like perfectly in sight instead of like having all of its toys and stuff directly behind me. Kyle Stoner says, Israeli ownership of Sabra recently completely sold all shares. See, but that means that it's not being owned by those Israeli holders anymore. So I wonder if it means much to continue boycotting it. It has completely new ownership, not involved at this point. I don't know. I would say that's up to BDS. But you followed up and said the boycott pressure influenced the sale to PepsiCo from what I read. Yeah, I can imagine that's the case. Got another donation of $2 from International Party of... Oh, can't read the full name. That's annoying. Well, let me just unscroll over or something. Yeah, for some reason it won't let me see the whole name, which makes it so much less fun. International Party of what? Jeez. Anyway, they say submit to Antarcticism. Antarcticism. Okay. Well, I don't know what that is. If you just give me a description, maybe we'll talk about me submitting to Antarcticism. Amoebius says, hey, Anarch, any ideas for cool names of organizations? I don't know. I mean, I'm always like a really boring namer, you know, like everybody else really likes to do like funny names like clever quips and abbreviations in them. And I don't like any of that. I'm like, no, just name it what it is. Give it a name so it can spread wide. You know, I don't think we're going to have I don't think any organization is going to blow up and have a movement that's called, you know, I don't know. It's got some silly acronym as its name. It's just my opinion, but you know, I'd say name it based on where you're at and like what your conditions are. You know, Cooperation Tulsa, the city we're in. I don't know. Not very fun in that sense. International Party of Antarctica is the name. Well, that adds up. That adds up now that you say that, right? You know, but that's a reasonable thing for this message to say, given that is the account's name. Riveroon asked, did you name the kitten after Bookchin? Yes, I did. That was actually what my little joke about him being very polemic was earlier. Because Bookchin was very polemic. International Party of Antarctica basically gives us their platform here, and they say egalitarian singularity through psycho-techno revolution. I see. Okay, well, yeah, that adds up. You know, this all makes sense. I'm not sure why Antarctica, though. You should really fill us in on that. Yeah, I mean, the cat is polemic because he scratches and bites so much. You know, he loves biting and scratching, so that's kitty polemics. That was the joke. I guess I didn't let it on enough. Now that I've explained it, though, you know. Headless to y'all Warren. That's an interesting choice of a name there. Why are so many communists interested in cybernetics? Well, I mean, cybernetics gives us a holistic understanding of automation and how automation can actually work, as well as just how to develop organizations such that there's correlation between decision making and follow through or implementation. So cybernetics is a very useful field for understanding organizations, production, automation of things, while maintaining control, human control. So it's kind of easy to see why a lot of people who believe in leftist economics would be interested in cybernetics. But yeah, so my next video I plan to do is probably going to be a video about Umberto Eco's model of fascism. I'm not really going to weigh in on too much, probably about how it, like whether it's necessarily a good or bad framework. I think mostly it's pretty valuable insofar as you understand the preface by Eco about how it's supposed to be understood. But I think I'm mostly going to just take the framework and apply it to the Maga movement and just demonstrate how, by Umberto Eco's understanding, the Maga movement is fascist. Because it's kind of shocking exactly how many, or I guess it's not that shocking, how many of these directly apply to the Maga movement. It's pretty much just like a laundry list of what Maga is all about. KX says, hey, Anarch, I'm right now working with my anarchist group for the homeless encampment nearby. Wanted to say that I often recommend and spread your work when I'm talking about things you've covered. That's awesome. Super glad to hear it. I wonder which pieces you recommend in those occasions. Ubik says, Morbid Zoo, a leftist YouTuber, I haven't heard of them, says Trump is not a fascist, but you say he is. I'm confused. That's fine. I mean, people are, it's fine for people to disagree on that topic. But as far as I'm concerned, he just looks like a textbook fascist. Really nothing complicated about it. I think that some people, number one, under-exaggerate exactly how bad his ideology is, how bad the things he thinks and says actually are. Everything's become so normalized, they're not thinking about it seriously in many occasions. I also think that people have a bad tendency to try to compare everything to other things and say, well, that's not fascist. And a lot of the time I'm looking at it, I'm like, no, that's also fascist, the thing you're pointing to. Like Narendra Modi, it's another fascist. You've got Turkey's basically a fascist nation. Russia's basically a fascist nation. Some people don't like that the definition of fascism is open enough to apply to all of those. They think that it has to involve, for example, like concentration camps and mass ethnic cleansing on the spot. It has to be brutal and violent. It has to be a perfect copy of Nazi Germany to be fascist. Or they get too bogged down in trying to situate it historically. Well, fascism is this Italian form of authoritarian nationalism. It's a form of Italian totalitarianism somehow that got broadly other things that aren't it got broadly labeled as it. Yeah, I mean, sure, okay, that's like just focusing on the etymology. That's not really very helpful. We should be looking at the principles that underlie it and ask what those principles are. That's what we should really be trying to understand, because those are going to transcend that specific condition. So, yeah, no, I think pretty much any framework you use to define fascism, the MAGA movement qualifies under that definition. I mean, we can just like look at Umberto Eco's list. I mean, I've seen numerous. I've looked through Roger Griffin's is like short. It's like, what is it? Pan-militaristic ultranationalism, palingenetic pan-militaristic ultranationalism, something like that. Also, perfectly describes the MAGA movement. No real issues here. Fascism is just very normalized now. Fascism has already spread across the planet. Yeah. So what's the first one we got? The cult of tradition. What else could you imagine the MAGA movement is, right? It's this desire to bring back things that once were, and that's something that occurs a lot in fascism. The cult of tradition, the desire to return to a previous idyllic state. This is the palingenetic part of palingenetic ultranationalism. I mean, the palingenesis is in the name of the MAGA movement. And then you've got ultranationalism. If that's all you use, palingenetic ultranationalism, the MAGA movement easily qualifies. That's just that's a hole in one. Ultranationalism. Do I really even have to argue that? He's literally said he's a nationalist. That's what he said before. And yeah, ultranationalism. It's really not an exaggeration. I mean, he's talking about putting tariffs on right now, y'all. It's not that complicated. The ultranationalist part of that, and palingenetic once again in the name. So there you go. There's another definition. Number two in the list of Umberto Eco, we got rejection of modernism. So here, I think the better way to contextualize this is that they are rejecting what is the modern philosophical framework, not necessarily modernism as a philosophical framework, because our sort of modern philosophical framework in many ways is postmodernism, and that's what fascists are rejecting today. Instead, they're saying that they are the protectors of modernism, and that's because modernism is the past. And remember, they're moving back. They're always trying to move back to what came before. It's the once again, that's the idyllic desire to return to an idyllic past. So here, all of these and every mention of modernism can be replaced with postmodernism in these understandings if you want to really get a good parallel. Rejection of modernism. Then they were rejecting the Enlightenment, Age of Reason, etc. We do still see some of that insofar as that people try to reject reason, rationality in favor of religious reasoning, Christian ultranationalism, and so on. Then we have cult of action for action's sake. We see a lot of that in the movement insofar as they just want people to do things. They just want the state to act, to the degree where they're willing to let Trump just fuck everything up in the process. Like they're happy to let him do disastrously idiotic things just because they want him to do something. As Umberto Eco says, action is beautiful in itself. It must be taken before or without any previous reflection. Thinking is a form of emasculation. You've got Trump literally saying he's got an idea of a plan, right? He's not going to give you some detailed list because that would be emasculating. It would make him feminine. Thinking, you think he has details? Details are for feminine men who sit behind the strong men at the front. He acts by his gut. And we got 4, disagreement is treason. I mean, look at the way he manages his government. He's constantly firing everybody in the chain of command. 5, fear of difference. I mean, what is it but xenophobia and transphobia and racism and white supremacy throughout the MAGA movement? It's like rife with that. Fear of difference is almost like one of the defining features of the MAGA movement. 6, appeal to social frustration. Why do you think that they have so many incels and dejected middle-aged white men who can't find a partner and can't get married? And if they did, their kids hate them and they're being rejected because they're bigots and because they just want control. They want a society of authoritarianism that purges difference, and they're socially frustrated over it. As he says, one of the most typical features of the historical fascism was the appeal to a frustrated middle class, a class suffering from an economic crisis or feelings of political humiliation, and frightened by the pressure of lower social groups. I mean, I don't really need to elaborate here. This is precisely what we see. This is why they hate BLM. This is why they're constantly trying to shit on trans people. This is the reason why they're extremely xenophobic. Yeah, this is precisely the case. The obsession with a plot. QAnon. It's exactly what QAnon was, right? It's a conspiracy theorist sort of approach and conceptualization of things. Not only QAnon, but we see, of course, we've got all these people that are talking about the Jewish question, the Jewish question, I mean, an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Jews control the world. You know, the obsession with the plot, right? It's a conspiracy theory thinking rather than a systemic understanding of what's causing problems. 8, the enemy is both strong and weak. Think about how they always characterize Antifa. Antifa are both effeminate, queer, activists that are all college students and would never be able to fight if they had to, but they're also Antifa super soldiers. Also, they're in a plot to take over the world. They're so powerful that they might destroy everything in the process. You know, it's absurd. You know, they want you to be afraid of Antifa in some country town in the middle of nowhere. Literally, during the first Trump presidency, I believe it was, there was this huge hysterical conspiracy that Antifa was going to small towns to the degree they started making things up about how, you know, they're not going to come to my small town or come visit my small town. There's even like some country song made about it, right? Like they're both horrified of their enemies, but they also make fun of them for being weak, little namby, queer, effeminate. They're both strong and weak. The left is both strong and weak. The left is both obsessed with DEI and handouts, but also they're so powerful they're going to create a perfect one world government. So, yes, 100%. That's where the right is these days. 9, pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. This one, I don't see it a whole lot. You know, I mean, yes, I suppose that's true. And I can definitely see people holding that position, but I wouldn't say it's like a plank that I've noticed. It's more like them fighting, the encouragement of infighting among themselves, people that have different perspectives on how aggressive they should be, how militant they should be. 10, contempt for the weak. This is almost like one of the biggest defining features of their movement. They despise the weak. That's why they love Andrew Tate. That's why they love, like Joe Rogan. They love all these jacked guys. They love these people that are in positions of power. They idealize the Sigma. They have they're spreading around TikToks of Christian Bale and American Psycho as like their idol, or looking at Joker and Joker as their idol, or Taxi. Travis Bickler and Taxi as their idol. They hate the weak. They want to imagine themselves as being part of an elite class, or that the elite class deserves to be there. They idolize the elite class for being worthy of their power. 11, everybody is educated to become a hero. To be fair, I don't really think this one is super, super unique to fascism. I think this one is true in a lot of different kinds of societies, but I will say that they had an extreme obsession with that, this idea of this like individual strength that is able to overcome all odds. As he says, in Ur-fascist ideology, heroism is the norm. The cult of heroism is strictly linked with the cult of death. And once again, I don't think that's actually super unique to fascism. It's just fascism is connected with patriarchy and machismo and militarism, and that's a feature of patriarchy, machismo, and militarism. But also, it's just many societies have a cult of heroism. Then you've got the next one, machismo and weaponry. There we are, right? That's just the next one in line. You have this extremely patriarchal culture. Look at the Maga movement. It's everywhere. It's all about machismo. It was that Michael Knowles video that just came out about him going to his Thanksgiving dinner with his family, and he's just like rubbing it in their face. And even when they're trying to like get past it and be civil, he's like making fun of them and sneering at them. This machismo, this belief in like superiority. It's like rife throughout their movement. And weaponry, I don't need to say anything. We're in the United States, and it's the right wing in the United States, right? Do I really need to belabor the point? 13, selective populism. That is the whole MAGA movement, right? It claims to be populist. It claims to be representing the people, but notice that it doesn't seem to represent anybody but white people. I would say white men, but it sure seems like white women have bought in hard on MAGA. And so, yeah, there we go. Selective populism. He even predicts, and this is before TV or internet has really gotten big. And he says, there is in our future a TV or internet populism in which the emotional response of a selected group of citizens can be presented and accepted as the voice of the people. That is precisely what these Andrew Tates are. That's precisely what these Fresh and Fits are. That's precisely what all these big, macho men are. This is selective populism. They're being presented as if they're like this oppressed underclass when they're the dominant minority already. They're in the position of the elite, and we're supposed to act like they are the voice of the people. It's absurd. It's at the center of fascist delusion. Last one, 14. Fascism speaks newspeak. All the Nazi or fascist school books made use of an impoverished vocabulary and an elementary syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning. And yeah, we see at least that they despise complex reasoning. Literally, one time I went into a fascist echo chamber, a far-right fascist echo chamber, and I just say that because it was far-right, but it wasn't always explicitly fascist, but there's lots of fascists there. And I was essentially like, they were trying to argue for complexity is just a way to confuse regular people. It's a way for academics to have more power than regular people. And I was like, no, the universe just is complex. The universe is extremely, extremely complicated. Things are not simple. There aren't simple explanations don't work. No, they actually literally were arguing that everything was supposed to be simple. That they didn't believe in complex reasoning. That wasn't real. And that was just, once again, a way for academics to have power over people. Y'all, it's pretty cut and dry. Like there's not a huge amount of room for argument here. I mean, Umberto Eco's is like, listen, y'all, his analytical framework that I just read out, those 14 points, it's got some flaws. Like we said, some of these aren't just fascist principles. He says that in his own preface to it. But he also says that you don't need all 14 of these features to be considered fascist even. These features are just indicative of fascism, that each one of them, as you add up, you're getting to be more and more fascist, right? 1, 2, 3 of them, maybe not a big deal. 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10, you're getting to be more and more to qualify under fascism. And Umberto Eco, it should be said, dude is not an armchair academic. He was in Italy during fascism. It's really important to understand he had lived experience with fascism. He both saw it rise and then he saw it do a coup to take over Italian society. So I feel like he should be given a little more respect in this discussion than he sometimes is. And by his 14 points, MAGA just is fascist. The only thing is that it is not super successful. It's not super successful in comparison to, say, Italy or Hitler's Germany just quite yet. This might be where we see it do some ascendance, and it might be able to get to do a lot of the things that are more familiar to people as the outcomes of fascism. But here we are essentially with an ascendant fascist movement. And here we are having people debating whether it is or is not fascist as it gains power. I get it. I think I'm open to people having this conversation, but it's a little frustrating because they're always looking for some way to selectively understand why it's not fascism, but every single analysis of fascism indicates that it is. So kind of frustrating for me personally, but anyway, yeah. Sorry, I'm reading back over the chats that have been coming in since I was talking, because I kind of was talking while looking at another screen that whole time. Yeah, International Party of Antarctica gave $2. They said, MAGA is a coalition of cults, National Jonestown. Yeah, well, we'll see if they end up like Jonestown did. Didn't seem like that's the path they're following at the moment. Let's see here. KX says, please upload this clip regarding fascism and Trump. I'll annoy you more about it if you don't. I'm probably going to make a devoted video that's basically like what I just did right there, but I'm probably just going to spend more time giving exact examples. It's basically going to be that, but with an explicit citation and showing examples and intercutting with the examples and stuff. That's kind of what I was planning to do. The only reason I haven't already done it is because I wasn't sure if I was also going to maybe read some other theorists and analyses of what fascism is, because I've heard a few good suggestions about ones I should read up on. I've already skimmed through those, so I already kind of know what they're going to say anyway. But I'd like to see if I can find some place where there's sort of diagnostic or analytic criteria that they apply. Yeah, my opinion has been, for a long time at this point, the United States has been fascist for a long time. I think the reason why that it's hard to see is because the United States, in a sense, originated fascism. I think because, for example, if you look at Hitler learned a huge amount of what he wanted to do in Nazi Germany from the United States. He explicitly said that he saw the United States attempted extermination of the Native Americans as being a great model for trying to approach ethnic minorities in Nazi Germany. And he said that insofar as that there was going to be systems of racial categorization, that he saw the way we treated black people as a great model for his Germany. He saw blood quantum and the legal classification of black people as second citizens or second class citizens. That was for him a very desirable and system, that was a system he wanted to implement in some sense in Germany. So it should be said that the model for what Hitler wanted to do in Germany, he thought that the most significant aspects of that model were already being done in the United States. So it should be said the United States was the ideological or practical implementation of what the Nazis wanted to do. And the Nazis kind of in many ways are imagined as our sort of, boilerplate fascists. These are considered to be the fascists that we have to compare all other fascists against. If they're not like that, then they're not fascists, except that those fascists learned from the United States. Think of the United States, what we have is an even more pernicious form of fascism than that was seen in Italy, in Germany, in a lot of these other places, because here we have the visage of liberalism. I've seen some people try to call this like illiberal capitalism or all these little subcategories. I don't think that's helpful personally. I don't ever really enjoy stamp collecting in that sense. I think it's a bad way to approach understanding systems dynamics. When you look at the systems dynamics itself, the United States is doing lots and lots of fascist things. It has been extremely ethno-nationalist, genocidal, and has engaged in ethnic cleansing of various kinds, has created subjugated internal colonies. It is the model for modern imperialism, genocide, ethnic cleansing, the creation of second-class citizens, the maintenance of a slavery population. The United States, if anything, is sort of the ideal model of that. And what makes it, once again, even more pernicious is just that it pretends that it's not. It's so good at pretending that it's not. It's sort of terrorizing the planet and its own populace all the time, and is claiming that it's this great place, this shining beacon on the hill at all times, even though it is the main purveyor of terror and violence across the planet. So I came to this conclusion a while back when I was in Occupy. So I was sort of researching many different ways of thinking or looking at fascism, and one that I came across that point was that it was the merger of corporation and state. So this kind of comes from Mussolini's own statements. He says that fascism essentially just can be understood as corporatism. By that he means the merger of corporation and state. And they mean that in a variety of ways. Some people get real confused in that they think that it literally means like corporations are the state. That's not at all. No, that would be like anarcho-capitalism or something. No, it's that the corporate and state interests essentially merge, that they essentially govern together in their mutual interest. And that is a really good way of understanding the fascist economic program. The fascist economic program is extremely utilitarian. What it wants to do is it wants to collude with corporations. It doesn't want to destroy them, and it doesn't want to nationalize them most of the time. There are some significant nationalization campaigns in fascist societies, but it's more that what they would prefer is that the corporations just did what they were already doing, except with much stricter... The heck? Am I still going? I think I'm still going. Oh, okay, sorry. My window crashed. Anyway, it's not that the corporations and the state directly merge. It's that they collude together in order to carry out their mutual interests. The state actually benefits from corporations continuing to just basically be corporations, because that's just them handling part of the system, so that they don't have to handle it themselves through their central organizations. Instead, what they do is they create strict hierarchies where people in the corporations and the corporations themselves have to function under the national line of the state. So it's almost like a return to mercantilism in some sense, insofar as the corporations begin to accumulate capital for the interests of the state, but they do it kind of in a semi-autonomous stance, while mediated through various forms of, government bureaus that deal with different trades, for example, in fascist Italy. And so what you get is this kind of mixed program of extreme deregulation of corporations. They're allowed to kind of do whatever they want, exploit whoever they like. You destroy all the unions and you just let them go wild, but they have to follow the national line. And so what you get is this really strong collusion between corporation and state. I think we've just explicitly had that for a long time at this point, right? Like, look at... I feel like it's just completely indisputable once, we had so much money flood into politics. Once we had the destruction of protections against corporate bribery, once we essentially normalized bribery from corporations insofar as we normalized lobbying as basically just bribing politicians at this point, when we qualified that money was speech and we made the corporations people, that I think gave them extreme and outsized power, such that they basically just came to control both of the parties, the right and the left wing. They then were essentially just playing their puppets against each other for a long period of time, and those puppets have been really distracting for us. People get real caught up in the games of the puppets. They think it's like really important that, this puppet or that puppet is in power. And don't get me wrong, they do really terrible stuff. The right wing or the Republicans tend to do really terrible stuff when their puppet is in power. But I think the way I've been seeing it for a long time, for over a decade at this point, is that collusion of corporation and state is all powerful. It's all powerful at this point. And it has been for some time, well before I ever realized it. And so what have you got? You essentially just what you needed, all that was left for it to now kind of get to practice its fascism, except out in the open. Because I think that it's almost like the system has some internalized resentment. I know it doesn't have a consciousness, and this is kind of, metaphorical in a sense, but it's almost the system resents that it has to hide itself. It doesn't want to play this game with puppets. It doesn't want to pretend to be Democrats and Republicans. It doesn't want to pretend that it will play nice with itself. It wants absolute power. It wants the true and complete collusion of corporation and state. And so that has been happening for some time. It has been gradual. So as fascism has essentially come into place in the United States, because it has been gradual, people don't recognize it. They were expecting some before and after. It's not a before and after. Trump, if indeed Trump is going to be when a discernible and recognizable fascism comes into power in the United States, it will only be because Trump is the culmination of a fascist impulse which has existed for some extended period of time in this nation, and which in fact characterizes what this nation has been since its very foundation, where it came from. It came from fascism. It was like the inspiration of the ideological progenitors of open fascism. So, yeah, I believe that the United States has been fascist for some time, and precisely as somebody in chat said, boiling the frog. They've been boiling the frog for so long that everybody can't recognize that here we are. Here we are. It's all become normalized. every little bit got normalized step by step by step. And now we even are starting to get some of these extreme measures like extreme trade protectionism for the tariffs is what I'm referring to. It probably won't work, but you know what it might do? It might terrorize the people, terrorize the economy. Trump will blame it on other people, blame it on other factors. And then he will use that opportunity in order to carry out fascistic restructurings of society. He'll use executive privilege. He will do probably highly illegal things to change the way that the United States functions. And he'll get away with it because the Supreme Court has ruled that the president is basically a monarch and cannot be criminally prosecuted. So that is essentially what we're about to witness take place. It is finally, it's fascism with the mask off, right? I think that what the United States has been for a long time is fascism with a pretty mask, really good mask, where everybody's just forgotten they're wearing it, and we've convinced everybody with our Barack Obamas, with our Bill Clintons, with this apparent mask of civility, that we are otherwise, that we are somehow better than that this nation is somehow this, once again, this beacon of freedom and hope and justice. It's no such thing. The United States is a global fascist hegemon. It is an imperialist monster, and it has been for a very long time. That's what I got to say. KX says, just to be clear then, by the tenets you're saying make the United States fascist, would you also call most capitalist states fascist states then, since they meet these same terms? Yeah, I mean, I will say insofar as we're talking about that merger of corporation and state, I personally no longer see that as being the only characteristic. I do think that Mussolini wasn't lying when he said that was like one of the key characteristics. I think he's probably right. Insofar as that starts to look more like mercantilism, like this movement back towards monarchy. But I don't think that's the only characteristic, because obviously in every capitalistic system we see that the state and the corporations are colluding. That's just natural part of how capitalism works. As soon as you create a republic, if you have a capitalistic system, the capitalists will get control of that capitalistic system through the sheer accumulation of wealth. So in that sense, I think that almost every world economy would be fascistic by that categorization. But I do think that we probably should be including more aspects in that. I think that the palingenetic ultranationalism is an important part. I think the palingenetic ultranationalism, so palingenetic is this desire to return to some idyllic past, the desire to move backwards, regressivism, one might say. This is that reactionary conception that we get. This is why this word reactionary is used. It's a reaction to the rise of alternatives. And then we have ultranationalism, which probably everybody can just guess what I mean by that, right? It's kind of this extremely extreme devotion to nationalism, insofar as it's exclusionary to any other national interest. It doesn't care very much about that. It just cares about itself. And so, yeah, in that sense, I think we get those things together. We get the palingenetic ultranationalism, we get the corporatism, and then we start adding up those things on Umberto Eco's list, and we're starting to look more and more like fascism in that process. These are the combined characteristics that make something start to look like fascism. And by that categorization, some nations will and will not fit those characteristics, or they'll fit them to more or less degree. The United States has been pretending for a long time that it's not that it's not palingenetic and that it's not ultranationalist, but it has been for a long time. If you look at the Democrats and the Republicans for decades, they have essentially been pushing palingenetics to a significant degree. This idea that we need to return to something. We need to bring back the middle class. We need to go back to this period, go back to that period. Everybody wants to return to the 90s. The right-wingers want to return to the 50s. It's all about moving backwards. It's never about moving forwards. Barack Obama, I think, was very threatening in the sense that he actually gave us this sort of rhetoric that obscured this aspect so much that it made it appear that we were not polygenetic ultranationalists, because we could let a black man into a position of power. But of course, he himself reigned over the expansion of the prison program, which did warrantless wiretapping to everybody in the United States, every single person in the United States. Their text messages and their phone calls, and probably more of their communications than that, are being stored in databases by the United States, and they are just rubber stamping all of the warrants in order to go look at those. So they essentially have all your information stored. Doesn't mean they're looking at it, but they have it. And at the same time, he was president while we passed the 2012 National Defense Authorization Act, which said that anybody that could be defined as a terrorist could have all of their constitutional rights stripped away. So that means any of us, probably anybody who they could possibly characterize as being a terrorist, that person essentially doesn't get constitutional rights. And yeah, when I remember that was like a big thing for me. It was just kind of realizing, this is a scale of repression that's beyond anything that's ever been practiced, let alone in a fascist state. The fascist states of history didn't have anywhere near this scale of possible monitoring and repression, insofar as we're talking about their capabilities. And so it seemed to me back then that we were just waiting for somebody who was willing to use it indiscriminately, somebody who was willing to wield it as an emperor might. And I think that's what we're about to get. Essentially, we've got the Democrats and the Republicans colluding for a very long time to put into place all the structural elements that allow fascism to be. So essentially, they've been slowly putting together everything in the list of fascism, and all that was needed was really for somebody to run on the platform, yeah, I'm the fascist guy, I'm going to do the things the system has been built to do, which is fascism. And I think that occurs because of the failure of liberal capitalism. So what happens is liberal capitalism it has its own ideological and philosophical conceptions of how this system is supposed to work, what it's supposed to look like when the state and corporations, the state and the capitalist economy are supposed to be in an uneasy balance of powers. They're supposed to be playing off of one another, and the state is supposed to be held together by checks and balances. And this is what liberal capitalism claims about itself. However, all throughout that process, you have a gradual process wherein the state and corporations are not only constantly jockeying to expand their own power, their own hierarchical power, but they are slowly also jockeying to expand their coordinated power. And so through this process of expanding their coordinated power and expanding their individual powers, then what you get is this sort of uneasy balance slowly becomes corporatist. And this corporatism, it exaggerates all of the features of a bourgeois democracy, which already exist. And so slowly the system begins rotting itself from the inside out. It becomes highly exploitative. It especially becomes exploitative to things in the periphery, where it gets a lot of its expansion of influence and gets a lot of its resources and exploits those productive capacities for its own gain. And it slowly begins to rot from the inside out by destroying all of its citizens' own protections, such as unions, collective bargaining, protections in law, such as right to gather, freedom of speech, and things like that. And this takes place at odds with what the liberal democracy claims about itself. What it claims about itself is something that it really never achieves. And so the party that represents this sort of status quo liberalism, which in the United States is the Democrats, that party is slowly overtaken by the fascist elements in the government, because the fascist elements actually represent what the system is much better. They represent what the system is moving towards naturally much better. Liberalism is essentially a weak defense against the natural outcome of liberal capitalism. If you put in place a liberal democracy and you have a capitalist system, you have a system that is its inherent dynamics are to move towards fascism. If there is ever a period of time to begin with where there wasn't already corporatism. So what that means then is liberal Democrats are like your bulwark against the expansion of open fascism, of an acceptance of what the system of power actually is, and therefore they're always going to fail. They're just not. They're wrong. They're living in a delusion. The liberals within a liberal democracy are living, they believe in the mythology of the system they're in. They believe in their own lies. They are deluded by the sort of religion of the state, the claims it makes about itself, their beliefs that if they are maximal expert parliamentarians, they can hold all of these forces in an uneasy balance. They can't. It's not possible. The system isn't meant to be that. The system isn't built for that. The system is built to move towards fascism. So what you have is a system, liberal capitalism that is, which is inherently built to devolve into fascism. That's what's always going to happen. And the ideological defenders of the status quo within that system, that is liberals, they are incapable of putting up an actual fight. They're incapable of actually stopping the system from becoming what it is. And therefore, it is always going to be in a process of gradating into fascism. And I think that it's been there for quite some time at this point. It already has all of the elements. Liberal democracy really only can hold in resurgences of social democratic politics, such as the early 1900s in the United States. So during that period of time, what you have is like the dream of the mythology the liberal believes about what can be achieved in the system. In those periods of time where there's social democratic resurgences, where there's an ascendant labor movement, which actually has enough power to pressure the state, get it do what they want, also pressure corporations to get them to do what they want through unionization and state pressure campaigns and voting in progressives and so on and all that, you get this period of social democracy. And this period of social democracy is essentially the dream, the delusion of the liberal Democrat come to life. Except it wasn't achieved through their means, once again, because they're delusional. They have no idea how their own system works. But there it is. For a period of time, they can glimpse it through an FDR, right? And here, FDR appears to be doing what the system is supposed to do by the liberals' estimations. But at the time, of course, the liberals are in resistance to social democracy as well. But they look back. They always look backwards. Their idyllic past is the expansion of social democracy that they really had very, very little part in creating. And so you have a deluded defense mechanism. The basic defense mechanism of the structure is diluted as to its own purpose, which is to say liberalism is diluted as to its own purpose within the system. It believes in its own mythology, and it idolizes the gains that were made by social democratic insurgency within the government, social democratic insurgency, which they typically fight. So by fighting the social democratic insurgency inside of their own system, they help fascism arise in more than one way. They help it arise, number one, by putting in place all the elements that allow fascism to rise, which is to say they do the deregulations, they allow the corporatist collusion and so forth to take place, so that's that active element. But they also fight the basic principle which would prevent fascism from rising, which would prevent a popular insurgency from taking place, and that is social democracy. So social democracy would save the liberal system in a sense. It'll save it for a time at least. But as we can see, this time they fought the Social Democrats so hard they destroyed them, or rather they made them too weak in order to be able to claim significant governmental influence. And so, because they've prevented social democracy from coming in to save the day, they've prevented this progressive insurgency inside of the party from taking power and possibly preventing a Donald Trump, for example. Now we actually just get out and out fascism. Now the mask is going to be taken off. Now all of the things that the incompetence of the liberals, and the duplicitousness of the right wing, of the proto-fascists themselves, together they put in place all of the structural elements of fascism, such that now when you get ideological fascists in place, all of the pieces are there. Everything is available. They have all of the elements in place to carry out what what the ideological fascists might want, and they do it without the mask. Yeah. Anyway, I talked for a long time there, but that's what I've been trying to get across to people for some time now. I mean, Testing. That's weird. I wonder, what was the last thing I said? What was the last thing I said? Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't actually press the mute button because I clicked it and it didn't do anything. But I think it just kind of got wiggled or something. I think I wiggled the wire. Did I finish? It didn't go out in the middle of my rant, right? I hope it happened after the rant, huh? Uh, 38 seconds. I don't know. I finished the rant. That's what I like to hear. Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, damn, but given that that was a lot of the stuff I was wanting to talk about in the video, so I might just clip that up. Because that's basically where I think we're at, y'all. That's what it is. Pretty much the only thing... That Kraken bottle is not full of water. Also, it's Espolone. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll probably clip that. Oh, I was reading off Eric Gray's donation. Eric Gray donated $5 while I was rambling. He said, recommended reading, Racial Trauma, Clinical Strategies, and Techniques for Healing Invisible Wounds by Dr. Kenneth V. Hardy. Likely Lad says, do you actually also listen to some classical music? I love Chopin. I love the Nocturnes. That's some of my favorite for sure. Now I need to take medicine because I'm an old man. Ugh. Damn, you actually called it circumvent. It is heartburn meds. It's famotidine. How did you know? That's literally what it is. That's funny. Why are people telling me to do a based Ojalon rant? I mean, I like Ojalon, but I don't got it in me right now. Where did this come from? That's funny. Hell's Bell says, hey, can you recommend other YouTube or TikTok creators in the anarchist movement? I want to tell everybody to go watch Lucky Black Cat's latest video that is about the commons. I'm about to link it to y'all because it kicked ass. Lucky Black Cat, let's go. So it's about the, oh, there we go. No, come on. There we go. So it's about the tragedy of the commons, or really it's about debunking the tragedy of the commons, but then it keeps going and it inspects how commons are actually managed. So essentially, a Lucky Black Cat, she debunks the tragedy of the commons using the work of Eleanor Ostrom, who won an economic Nobel Prize essentially for laying out how commons actually work and debunking the tragedy of the commons. So if anybody ever brings up the tragedy of the commons, you tell them that somebody won the Nobel Prize for debunking the tragedy of the commons, that it's bullshit. And literally the economics community says it's bullshit at this point. It's a great video. Really cool. Somebody asked, what have I been reading lately? I have not actually been reading for a little while. I was reading theory for like years straight, and I've been kind of taking a break. It's not to say that I don't like kind of read here and there, but I've not been reading like super in depth for a little while. And I think that's because I've done most of the primary research for a modern anarchism, and I'm still working on a modern anarchism. So then I'm kind of like settled for a little while. You know, I'm not actively researching for the next piece at the moment. So I'm kind of just chilling. I'm letting myself decompress. I'm letting myself synthesize. You know, it's good to let yourself rest after one of these long periods of research and let it all kind of gel together. But yeah, Misha, I didn't see it. I'm trying to scroll up, but I'm not seeing anything. You should just, whatever it was, just go again, because I didn't see it. Can't believe we're up to 74 people. You know, it's kind of late. That's a decent number, at least. You said you've been recently interested in Quakerism as a pagan, and I've realized how closely the values and decision-making processes of Quakers reflect those of anarchist theory. Any thoughts? Yeah, they use consensus. It's precisely correct. As for whether they are themselves anarchist, I think that's a different matter. It kind of depends. Some, as I understand it, some Quakers do have such a view that they believe in this sort of horizontal conception. And as I understand it, some Quakers actually do believe in kind of natural hierarchies. They just think that we should be meek, and therefore this consensus form is a form that allows us to make decisions together as equals. But I'm not like an expert on Quakerism, so you can just kind of take all of that with a grain of salt. I would definitely ask them, what, you know, their conception of that is, because, especially with like the Mennonites, the Quakers, the Amish, and all of these sorts of movements. Most of these movements are very autonomous in each individual commune or group. Each of them kind of functions autonomously with their own rules as a subsect. So you should probably always inquire to the rules of that subsect to determine whether they hold your values or not. But I agree with you structurally. Structurally, the Quakers use consensus, and that is good. John Doe says, do you think theoretical corporatism was ever actually implemented in fascist countries? 100% yes. In fact, if you go look at the economic and state structural hierarchy of fascist Italy, they had entire bureaus of the state structure, the state economic structure, that gave them direct control over different aspects of the economy, different trades within the economy. And these were places where there was an interface between the needs of corporations and the needs of the state. So that's literally what happened in fascist Italy. They weren't being deceitful about that. That's precisely what they did. And what we see is in almost every example of fascism, there is this relationship between the needs of corporations and the needs of the state, where they are both seeking out their own mutual ends in the process, but that the state always comes out on top of that. AJ Mintel says, when you do decide to read some new theory, you should look up Capital as Power by Bickler and Nitzen. I already write about Bickler and Nitzen. You should go watch my video Power, and then you should go watch my series A Modern Anarchism, where I cite and utilize Capital as Power directly. Circumvent says, speaking of ANREL, do you have any thoughts on anarcho-relating? I don't think the channel's been making videos for a while. I liked the videos. They got angry at me one time on Twitter for saying that everything cannot be boiled down into interpersonal relationships. I didn't think that was controversial, but they seemed to treat it as if it were controversial. They got very upset with me and they unfollowed me on all their accounts. But, you know, if you observe my work, you'll see that I do not think that everything can be boiled down to interpersonal relationships. I think that there are, in fact, 4 fields to power structures. Those are individual and ideological conditioning, interpersonality, that's one of them, social structures, and environmental structures, and that all 4 of them are important. You can't just boil it down into any of those 4 categories. That being said, I personally still like their work. I don't have any problem with their videos, and I would recommend people go watch several of their videos. I think they've got some insightful things to say. It's too bad that they reacted that way. Oh, I don't know what anarcho-relating is as a relationship style, circumvent. I'm not aware of that. Oppressed says, good lunch break entertainment for us Australians. I'm glad to hear it. That was totally on purpose. I'm really trying to appeal to my Australian audience right now. You know, it's a big audience in Australia. Not really. I'm joking, y'all. My biggest audience is in the United States, Canada, and the UK. Somebody says, I kind of miss libertarian socialist rants. He was cool too. Yeah, no, he seemed like a cool guy. He's an OG. He's one of the old ones. He was doing this before Zoe Baker. Elaine Dumont says, hey, yo, Anarch, want to have a convo about a Kurdish movement of democratic confederalism with me sometime? Sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you mean like just in DMs or something. Like, I don't really need like a basic education. I mean, I've already literally read Democratic Confederalism by Oechelon, and also the beginning of like Sociology of Freedom and stuff like that. So like I probably don't need any basic education. I'm also familiar with genealogy. I'm familiar with Tech Mill. We've researched Tech Mill and read pieces on Tech Mill in the group in Cooperation Tulsa. So definitely I don't need the basics by any means. But if you are interested in just discussing, if there's something you have in mind that you want to discuss, send me a DM. Let's see here. Oppress says, myself, Crow, and Palanthos, the 3 Anarch Australian viewers. There you are, spreading my word among the Australians. Let them know. Masuda Trent says, does the AANES work with the neighboring Kurdish groups in Iraq? Will they ever work together on a larger scale? My impression is they coordinate, but that they kind of have like differing aims sometimes. Like it seems like Iraqi Kurdistan and the groups associated with those are not like the Democratic Confederalists. It seems like it's a more hierarchical approach. And it seems like there are sometimes tensions between them. And in fact, sometimes when people are trying to mischaracterize the Rojava, they will actually point to actions of the Iraqi Kurds. Not saying that's always the case, not as if any polity of 3 million people is going to be without blame, but yeah, it's something to keep in mind when you research the topic. KX says, and you just lost all 3 viewers with that accent. Probably so. It wasn't supposed to be Australian. I don't know what it was supposed to be, but I did it, you know. There it is. Yeah, we're up to 93. I can't believe we're up to 93. Where I'm at, it's 7 p.m., but I guess that makes sense, you know, people in other places than usual. Also, it's Thanksgiving evening. Got a lot of anarchists in my audience. I can imagine that not everybody's necessarily on very good terms with their family, if I had to guess. Call out, joking. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying. It's not an insult. Maybe it's a good thing, to be honest. I was just telling somebody the other day that it feels like being around Trump voters is like being around Hitler voters. It's like, I don't know. Kind of seems like I understand what people are saying, trying to distance themselves from being around their families right now. I've skipped my Thanksgiving Day for kind of least related reasons. I won't go into that, but do I have a good relationship with my family? I have a good relationship with my immediate family, and I have a decent relationship with my extended family. It's not, with some of them more than others, I guess I should say. I haven't been close with my extended family, though. That's not, mostly just my immediate family. Oh, Oppress, you were asking about the major components that added to the eventual failure of revolutionary Catalonia. I didn't answer it because it's just too detail-oriented. I don't really want to go into all the details at the moment. I will say one of my main takeaways is the two main mistakes were working with the Bolsheviks and working with the Spanish government. I think those were two big mistakes, as well as going along with the Spanish government's calls to decollectivize their collectives. I think that was the wrong decision. They shouldn't have done that. But there's just too many details to go into. That's something that absolutely deserves its own video, that deserves its own work. But I also want to say that I feel like I'm not going to be like offering any really super original scholarship to the question, because there's already been lots of really good works written on revolutionary Catalonia and the fall of revolutionary Catalonia. So I would recommend, if you're looking for good analysis of, the CNTFAI in Spain, I'm going to link both of these for you. Read The Anarchist Collectives. I think that's Sam Dolgoff. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here we go. Sam Dolgoff. This is one of the best sources you'll find. And the other one is Anarchism and Workers' Self-Management in Revolutionary Spain. Yeah, there it is. Oh, nice. Somebody finally got it uploaded. This is the first time I've searched for it where I found a copy. That's pretty sweet. So here's a copy to archive.org, just to give you all a reminder of how badass archive.org is. Archive.org has a copy of Sam Dolgoff's Anarchism and Workers' Self-Management in Revolutionary Spain. These are probably the two best works if you're looking to learn about revolutionary Spain. So let's see here. Oppress says, you a fan of the Friends of Durruti and the Revolutionary Junta then? It's weird, actually. Having read through both of those, I don't remember taking away a whole lot of details about the Friends of Durruti. So only since reading both of those pieces have I heard anybody mention those names or those organizations. And it's possible they were mentioned in the pieces and I just really didn't internalize it. But yeah, I don't think I have any like special knowledge about either of those. Unless I'm just, those were the name of organizations that I read about and that I just didn't internalize that. But Cafe Azul says, do you think anarchism has a chance of success in urban areas, or it's only going to work if people have space from the state, like in the ANES and Zapatistas? I think that it can work in both. It just works under different conditions. You have to do it different. You have to, it's back to material conditions, right? I think that when you have a bunch of open area, it gives you an opportunity to just establish things from scratch, right? And that's good because it allows you to build society as much in the image of what you desire as possible. But in urban spaces, it's not going to be as easy to do that. Prefiguration of environmental structures will be quite a bit more difficult. So instead, what you have to do is focus around the development of social and interpersonal structures, and then, as best as possible, try to get those to snowball into development of control over environmental structures. That means both fighting against the mega machine in the form of unions and different forms of collective management, collective organization, but it also means eventually getting control over our own assets, getting control of our own land, our own means of production, development of workers' cooperatives. So that is, I would just say the conditions are different. You have to struggle differently. You cannot struggle with the same approach. Kyle Stoner says, I work in a non-unionized industry where we're paid minimum wage for a technically specialized job and work mostly for gratuity. I'm having a very hard time figuring out how to organize my workplace. Depends on what state you're in. And I mean, that depends, what nation you're in. But it also does depend on which state you're in if you're in the United States. I would say acquaint yourself with labor law where you're at. And there are a variety of ways you can do that. Personally, I'd probably just start by Googling labor law and union laws in my state, because that's going to inform a lot about how you should approach it. It's not to say that you should never do anything where you don't have legal protections. I mean, it's fine to just kind of act and do things, but just understand that if you're trying to build a legitimate union, you need to make sure that you're crossing all your T's and dotting all your I's, because, there may be legal challenges to the validity of your union if you don't do so. So I'd say step number one is just make sure that you understand the process, because once you understand the process, you might find that it's quite a bit easier to do it. So look for unionization works, or rather theory or essays about how to organize unions and so on. This requires some self-education. It's certainly not something that you should probably fire from the hip in doing, because, in the process, you've got a lot of people's jobs on the line. And I think it's really important that we're responsible with with outcomes when it comes to working people. That's what I would suggest personally. You said, I'm in communication with IWW and I'm looking at taking organizer workshops, but a lot of my coworkers are anti-union or don't see the job as oppressive. Yeah, well, I mean, I'll let you talk with them. They'll teach you a lot about how even to talk with people, how to overcome these sorts of objections. It's a big part of union organizing, actually, is knowing how to talk with your coworkers. But one thing I will say is people's minds can be changed. That's number one. But number two, a lot of the time it's good to focus on grievances. Find the place that people are upset. What is the thing they don't like about the job? That's what you should organize around. Don't organize around the thing you think is most important. Organize around the thing they think is most important. And once they start feeling that they get gains from collective bargaining, then you will probably notice they'll become more and more sympathetic to the union in the process. But like I said, there's so much work that has been written on this. So you should definitely just understand ahead of time that a lot of this is about how to talk with people. In these early stages, it's literally just about having conversations with your coworkers and overcoming those objections over a period of time. Murillo Trigo says, as much as we gained from legal unions, we lost some of the solidarity that they created back when they were illegal, as opposed to another email on Outlook. I would agree with that. Yeah, that's definitely what some of my historical reading has indicated, is that, yeah, there were good things about legalization of unions. There was a lot of proliferation of unions afterwards, but also the unions were much less radical. The unions were playing in the bounds, they were playing by the rules, and playing by the rules were set by corporations. The rules were set by the state, Those are rules that don't necessarily work in our favor. They're rules that protect the corporation from forceful collective bargaining. That being said, I would say step number one, work within the rules and see what you can get done. That's what you should just start by, seeing what you can get done within the scope of the protections that currently exist, and then ask yourself what has to be done if that is insufficient. Ian Mortensen asks, did legalization of unions just pave the way for the state to co-opt them? I don't want to make a statement that's quite that strong, but I do think that it had a role in it for sure. And what I should say is that, yes, that is what basically took place, but that it's not as if they are completely co-opted. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It was incomplete. Legalization did help the state gain control over the unions, but not completely, as we can see, because right-wingers are still trying to destroy them, right? So the process isn't quite over, but there has been a lot of co-option. We can see there are very few radical unions, big radical unions at this point. LGBT Mapper says, I had a convo with a syndicalist and they said, apparently prefiguration doesn't work as competing with the state is impossible in their own backyard as they have infinite resources and money. Yeah, I mean, it's hard, but it's not impossible. That's just defeatist thinking. You know, if that sort of logic were applied to the development of unions in the time when we didn't even have protections for assembling in public, we didn't even have right to assemble, then yeah, we would have never assembled. The truth is that you have to do what you can. You have to build what you can. The historic movement was never just unions. This is a delusion that many people hold. That has never been the case. No successful movement has just been unions. Every successful movement has been a combination of different kinds of elements. And these elements are inherently prefigurative by nature. Even the union is prefigurative. The union is a school where people learn to organize together and to fight back against systems of economic hierarchy. That is prefigurative. Prefiguration is part of every successful strategy. There is no successful strategy that does not involve prefiguration. So there is just varying scales of prefiguration, and you should do it with understanding that it's going to be a challenge, that it's an uphill battle in many ways, but that it's not by any means impossible. You just have to figure out how to navigate the system with those pressures in mind. I mean, workers' cooperatives exist all over the place. You know, it's just a lie to say that workers' cooperatives can't compete with corporations, for example. In fact, studies show that workers' cooperatives are more productive than regular corporations. So the sheer claim that we cannot compete with the hierarchical power structures, just false. It's false by the existing data. That's not true. As for competing with the state, I mean, if what they mean is competing with the state over force of violence, well, then I would have to ask, like, why would they believe in revolutionary coup if that's the case? Because revolutionary coup actually requires us to compete with the state on its own game, which is violence. I'm not saying that there's no future in which that will be necessary, because it's obviously the case. If we prefigure enough, they'll try to destroy us. But the idea that we can't compete with existing power structures is patently defeatist and undermines all revolutionary ideology. Our entire goal as anarchists is building the power here and now to compete with the structures as they exist in one way or another, whether that's economic, whether that's the organization of violence, whatever that might be, whether that's the organization itself, the development of organizations. You know, all revolutionary praxis is predicated, or rather all successful revolutionary praxis is predicated on prefiguration in one way or another. Well, my window just crashed again. But yeah, I just want to make that emphasis. You know, I think I've actually had this argument with an anarcho-syndicalist from, like, unions are prefiguration. What are you talking about? You know, unions are a form of prefiguration. All of anarchism, all of anarchist practice is predicated on prefiguration to some degree. So no, I don't think that's a very good argument. Feral Thoughts says, what's it like living in Oklahoma? My partner and I may be possibly moving to OKC for her job. You know, it's got its ups and downs, but I will say it's not as bad as you probably think it is. You know, from the outside, people probably think that this is like the worst place. And, you know, it's just, you're constantly surrounded by fascists. And don't get me wrong. Yeah. I mean, we got a bunch of Republicans here, but we have all kinds of other sorts of people here. We have a very strong counterculture. It is not just some extremely red Republican state. You know, like a lot of people from the outside think that, oh man, it must be like all white people, all straight people, all right wingers. That's not the case. That is not the case. You know, Tulsa is the historic home to Black Wall Street, still contains a substantial black population who is descended from Black Wall Street. You know, like we have a substantial queer community. Yes, indeed, queerphobia is real here, but by God, there are plenty of queer people here. In fact, we have a historic queer population that goes pretty far back at this point. This is also the home of all of the tribes, or a bunch of the most established tribes in the United States. So this is a place where there's a lot of struggle taking place, even though it might appear as if it's some, right-wing hellhole. In some ways it is. In some ways it is a right-wing hellhole, but you might be shocked to find how much of a counterculture there is in Oklahoma. Eduardo says, what's worse in Oklahoma, the right-wingers or the tornadoes? The right-wingers. I'm not, well, that's because I'm like desensitized. I grew up here. So like the tornadoes like just feel really, I don't know, mundane to me. Like they're dangerous. Don't get me wrong. They're bad. Like they're harmful. But like once you understand that a tornado has a specific area that it's going to cover and what your actual percentage chance is of being harmed by one of those, it starts to become, you don't worry about it very much. Especially if you live in a big urban area, your chances of being harmed by a tornado, pretty much non-existent. Unless you live in like Moore or something. If you live in OKC or you live in Tulsa, the chances you're going to be hit by a tornado are nil. Literally, I've never been hit by a tornado anywhere except for when I was in Moore, Oklahoma. Tornadoes are more devastating to open rural areas. And even then, only particular areas really get very serious tornadoes or get tornadoes that touch down often. And we call that Tornado Alley. So, yeah, no, your chances of being harmed by a tornado aren't really a problem if you live in OKC or Tulsa. If you live in the rural areas, that's a bit sus, but even then, only certain rural areas. KX says, what is your response to people asking why cooperatives aren't more common if they're more productive and competitive? Their birth rate is lower. It's simple. I mean, this isn't a matter of opinion. It's just a fact. We can look at the data. The data has already been, put together. It's already been published. They are more productive. However, their birth rate is lower. Their death rate is roughly similar, I believe, but their birth rate is a lot lower. There are 100 times, I believe, I'm just making up the number, but it's kind of this general fact that there are like 100 times more corporations being created than cooperatives. So yeah, of course, we're just going to have a profusion of corporations. Misha Purser says, I come from a country without tornadoes. The idea of them being normalized and not very concerning is so alien to me. The truth is that I get it, like they're scary. You see videos of them and stuff. They're scary. They are. I've only seen a tornado twice. One time I saw one in the very far distance when I was young, but then as an adult, I saw one much closer. I was in Moore, Oklahoma. At that time I was working as a tutor and we were very close to the highway. This highway between Oklahoma City and Norman, that's where Moore is. It's between Oklahoma City and Norman. It has been struck like 2 other times in like the last like 10 years before that. And I was at work at that time and, we heard that the tornado was coming. We heard the sirens go off. And a bunch of the kids their parents were coming to rapidly pick them up. And me and one of the kids and my boss got in my shitty beat up car and the window wouldn't roll back up and there was rain pouring in through the window. And off in the distance out by the highway, we could see the shadow of this enormous rain shrouded tornado out there. And that was pretty scary. But I also know that they don't move that fast. Like you just drive the opposite direction. Just don't get close. And even then, some people are out there getting close just because they're like storm chasers and stuff. But I wouldn't recommend that. Don't do that. How to find a worker cooperative in your area? Excuse me, I literally don't know. I don't know where you would even start. Other than ask around, you could ask people. Feral Thoughts asks, if it's okay to ask, what do you do for work now? I do this channel. You know, just to give you all an understanding of how important it is to become a Patreon or a patron of my Patreon. I'm largely living off of this channel right now. Doing this channel, making these videos, doing these live streams. This is how I'm making my living at the moment. So if you want to continue, if you want me to be able to continue doing this YouTube, then you should go become a patron at my Patreon, which is there in the chat. It's patreon.com/anarch. You should go become a patron for any amount. That is what allows me to continue doing this channel as regularly as I do. There was a time when I didn't do these live streams very often because I wasn't making enough money from the channel to be able to devote the time to do it, to put aside the time to do it. But now you are living in the time when I actually have a lot more time to devote to this channel. And this is the result. You get to hang out with me on live stream on Thanksgiving evening, for example. You know, I make money from the Patreon. I make money from the membership subscriptions here on YouTube, and I make money from the ad revenue, and I make money from your super chats when y'all donate to me here in the super chats. That's also a way that I make money. So pretty much, if y'all want Daniel here to be able to afford groceries and pay my bills, those are the different ways you can support me. You can become a patron on my Patreon. You can become a member here on YouTube. You can watch the videos. Obviously, that just helps because of ads. And you can donate directly if you just want to here in the live streams. Sorry, I'm just remembering that I named this live stream Thanksgiving Night Kitten Showdown, which is perfect. Just absolutely nailed it, Daniel. Nailed it. Yeah. Oh, where's the kitten? Where you at, little Murray? Oh, he's over on the couch. He's just sleeping on a pillow right now. I cannot wake him up. I cannot. He's so cute, though. Jeez. Adorable. Oh, my God. Real name revealed? Murray, that's his name. His name is Murray. My real name is Daniel. Clatari says, new addition to Anarch Kitty family. You know, the cats that were in the previous videos, the earliest cat you ever saw was when I was with my ex-girlfriend. That was either Creature or Georgia. Then we broke up, so then I moved and we were in different places. The next cat you might have saw was a little stray cat I took in for a little while named Leo. He's a little blonde, sort of orange cat. And then some other family took him. He begged to go outside and I never saw him again, but some other family took him in. Then the black cats you saw, the two black cats you saw, I was actually babysitting those for my friend Sonia. Those cats are both adorable. They're a Morticia and Gomez, and they're just the sweetest little babies. I love them. Miss them. And then this most recent one is actually my first cat I've owned of any of the cats that you've seen in my videos. These are the first ones that are that's my cat, and Murray is my cat. Morticia and Gomez are sweet little babies, and I go to see them sometimes. Oh, Kyle Stoner. Oh, yeah, my name is Daniel. Yes, yeah. Not secret, but now you know. Yeah, I'm so happy to have this little baby. He is a goblin though. He wakes me up almost every morning doing zoomies in circles on my bed and then stopping to just like bite my hand, and then I'll wake up and be like, "No, stop it." And he'll like run away and start doing zoomies again, and then right as I'm like laying back down and getting comfortable, he'll like bite my hand, and then he just runs around in circles like that. It's pretty cute, but also like be cool if I could sleep in the morning. That'd be pretty dope, as the kids say. But yeah, this little kitty is a gray kitty, and he's very cute, very pretty coat. Yeah, I also want to remind you that if you like the stream, you should press like on the stream. I'm just going to assume that probably matters somehow. I don't know for sure that it does, but I'm just going to assume it matters. I bet it does. Probably boosts it somehow. Kyle Stoner says, my first cat was a feral cat my dad found at his winery job on Halloween. Named him Boo Boo, fat and not scary. I love that. Yeah, no, I've met so many feral cats. They're just the sweetest cats. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, my life's hard. Cuddles, pets, treats. This sounds great. I'm just gonna hard chill. Like, you do whatever you want. I'm here to stay. That little orange cat, he was very sweet, but he could not stand being kept inside. He would just stand at the door and meow and meow and meow sadly. And then if you didn't let him, he would get very ornery and start like getting angry at you and start doing chaotic things. But yeah, no, this cat actually was abandoned as a kitten. Somebody found it as a kitten out in the, like on the street. So Murray was an abandoned kitten. We named him Boo Boo, fat and not scary. That's pretty funny. I wonder if y'all can see how scratched up my hand is. Yeah. Yeah. See, look at that. There's just so many of these scratches all over me. He just does this every day. He abuses me. He's so mean to me. Five Arrows said, I had an overly sweet cat that would not let me leave him alone ever. It was actually super irritating. Yeah, that's always sad. It's like, no, baby, I can't. I can't spend all my time with you. You got to be able to take care of yourself and find entertainment. You know, that's always, it's sad because you don't want to be irritated. It should be endearing that they want to be around you so much, but it's just like, oh my God, you got to give me space, cat, for the love of God, you know. You're suffocating me with love. Been there, honestly. I've been around a cat like that. Kristen says, hi, Anarch. Could you see anarchist communists or platformists taking inspiration from or having a slight synthesis with libertarian Marxism? Yeah, no, honestly, I've said before that if libertarian Marxists wanted to, if they were just more open to collaboration with anarchists, I would be happy to collaborate with them. I don't know why they're just so polemic. If they just calm down for 5 minutes and realize that they and the anarchists have such similar praxis and goals, there wouldn't even be a problem. But for some reason, so many Marxists who are not even authoritarians, for some reason, I don't know, they want the respect of the authoritarians more than they want to actually ally with the anarchists and get something done. This is not a blanket statement. I've met many exceptions, but unfortunately, I've just seen so many profiles, 80% of the profiles that I see that are libertarian Marxists, for some reason, want to be respected by Leninists more than they want to actually build a meaningful coalition with anarchists. I wish it weren't that way, but Maybe it'll change. Yeah, I mean, once again, Mariah Carey Wario Hospital says most of the libertarian Marxists I know are very open to cooperation. Yeah, no, once again, I know plenty. So this is absolutely not by any means a blanket statement, but there's just, I don't know why so many of them, so many people that are like, left calm, and then they're inspired by Pannekoek. And you're like, why the hell do you care what Leninists think? You all want completely different things. They would betray you at the drop of a hat. Why are you so angry at anarchists? It's so weird. I really wish it weren't that way. But yeah, most people who are just libertarian Marxists, but they're not left comms, where they're just into Marx, those people tend to be more open to cooperation. Yeah, in my experience. But it's extremely variable. It goes each way. It goes any which way. I love how everybody's conceptualizing that cats are the masters here. Yeah. Yeah. This person says, online clout. Yeah, I have to feel that way. That really is what it seems like. I so wish that there was a way, like in StreamYard, where I can like click a comment and then it comes up on the screen. I wish that YouTube just had that functionality integrated. That would be so helpful, but they do not. Kyle Stoner says, do you guys follow the channel Non-Compete or Luna Oi? I like their content, but they're not anarchists. Yeah, a lot of us around here who have been in this space for a while kind of have bitter opinions, because there was a time when Non-Compete was an anarchist and he made anarchist content, and a lot of people became anarchists because of his early videos. So it's kind of frustrating that he ended up not being an anarchist as time went on. And I think most people around here probably are not big fans of Luna Oi. Maybe Luna as a person individually might be a nice person. I have no idea, but I think that she spreads mostly harmful ideas and pipelines people into authoritarian leftism. And I would not recommend people follow her channel. Non-Compete is unfortunate because it seems like he's just been around his partner, and he's been in Vietnam surrounded by Marxist-Leninists for so long that it's just kind of slowly worn him down. And I don't know if he ever had like a super strong understanding of the theory and all the disagreements, but yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Non-Compete, me and him have spoken in private, and he seems like a really nice guy, super nice. And I used to really like his videos, but I admit I'm disappointed by that he's fallen into authoritarianism in the modern day. Feral Thought says, I feel like Oklahoma would be a great area to start an international community. I don't know. I think ultimately an international community comes from the community being created in many discrete places. So, for there to be an international community, first it has to arise in a bunch of other places, then you link it all up, right? Oh, but I think you mean people from all over the place come to Oklahoma, and that kind of international community. Absolutely agreed. In fact, we have an extremely diverse population. I listed off that we have a significant black population. We have a significant Native American population, but I didn't mention we have a lot of Mexican immigrants. We're only one state from north from the border. And we have like a lot of other, like, for example, Asian immigrants. We have a lot of Hmong here. And I think that you're absolutely right to say that this would be rife for building a more international community. I don't think that's the direction our politics are moving, but I would tend to agree. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that I should have mentioned this way earlier in the video. Okay, I am now on Means TV. So I don't know if y'all have heard about Means TV. Means TV is a leftist Netflix, essentially. Okay, so it has a bunch of people who are leftist socialists of various kinds. That includes all kinds of people from all kinds of different perspectives. And I am now on Means TV. So Means TV, being like Netflix, it's basically its own hosting service. It hosts all the videos over there. So now my videos are hosted in more than one place. But you do indeed pay a monthly subscription in order to have access to all of those. That's how Means TV functions as a workers' cooperative. That's how it continues making money. That's how it continues existing. I, as a creator, the primary way that I make money is through you using my affiliate code when you sign up for a subscription. So Means TV, you go there, you sign up, and then you use my affiliate code, which is Anarch. So you just put Anarch as the affiliate code. You just type and you go affiliate code Anarch. There you go. And you do that, and I get a little recurring cut of your subscription every single month. And that's how I make money on Means TV. So earlier I named 4 ways that you can help support me. That's a 5th way you can help support me if you desire. Yeah, and I mean, somebody said, Hakeem and Second Thought on front page. Absolutely. There is a variety of all kinds of viewpoints on that page. That includes people that are authoritarian leftists. That includes social democrats. But if you're looking for access to a wide variety of different viewpoints, and you also want to support me having my work mirrored elsewhere, then becoming a subscriber of Means TV and using my affiliate code is definitely one way you can do that. I should also mention, there's anarchist stuff on there. It's not just those sorts of people. Prince Shakur, who's a black anarchist, has just been added on there. Seriously Wrong did a collaboration with Means TV called Papa and Boy, which is pretty funny. It's like a dystopian future where everybody is either Papa, which is say a father, or a little kid boy, like all of them. It's a whole society of papas and boys. Doesn't make any sense, but yeah, they're uploading more and more of that sort of anarchist stuff on there. And if you want to support them doing that, then using my affiliate link is probably a good way to encourage them to upload or get more anarchists on their website. So just thought I would mention that if people are interested in supporting me that way. Ian Mortensen says, I was wondering whether there was any tension between anarchists and authoritarians on that platform, but having a worker co-op is cool and rad. So far, no. Haven't had any tension. In fact, I mean, to their credit, one of the first, they continually assisted at all parts of us negotiating my contract, that they were completely open to me criticizing the platform, completely open to me criticizing anybody else on the platform. Basically, I think that's very encouraging, but at the moment, I haven't really seen them do anything wrong. I think that given that it is basically just a socialist Netflix, it wouldn't be reasonable to expect it to all be anarchists. So yeah, no, it's a workers' cooperative. And so I'm part of a workers' cooperative at this point. Kyle Stoner says, Means TV is like a not bad version of Nebula. I see a lot of anarchist channels I follow joining them. Yeah, well, I mean, it is a big tent, so it's up to you whether you like that or not. How you feel about that. If you're not comfortable with that, then that's up to you. But if you don't really care and you just want to support my work and you want to support them adding more anarchists, and you're just open to supporting a socialist media cooperative, then Means TV is a great way to support that. You know, I would just leave that all up to you. At minimum, it's positive insofar as that there's a mirror of my work now. You know, even if you don't agree with some of the creators on there, just having my work in a second place is valuable. It's a good thing. So. As for Nebula, I don't know. People keep being like, well, why aren't you on Nebula? It's like, I don't think that's how it works. I don't just go and ask to be on Nebula. They ask me if they want me to be on Nebula. Feral Thought says, any anarchists here over the age of 40? How are y'all feeling about the world? I get jaded a lot. I thought 20 years ago things would be way different than they are now. I'm not over 40. I'm 38, but I will be 39 in March. So I'm getting there. I'm very close. Yeah, I think for me, I'm frustrated to see how much that the left has continued spinning its wheels. Not engaging in acts of prefiguration, not building lasting structures, starting from scratch at every single opportunity, taking for granted that it's good when organizations disappear and new ones come up. They seem to be have no problem just starting from scratch for the 1,000th time. That discourages me, but obviously that's why I do stuff like I do, because I want to see us do better. I want to see us provide an actual revolutionary constituency, and that takes work. So we'll see what the future holds. Maybe the rise of Trump will create more seriousness in our spaces so that people stop doing this, just trying to plan protests, and it's an affinity group that lasts for 3 months. And, you have 10 people reorganizing themselves like they're playing musical chairs or something into more and more affinity groups until eventually everybody gets angry at each other and burns out. And instead you start with another group of 10 people reorganizing themselves into affinity groups. Tired of it. Yeah, it's for me. I just want to see the end of it. I want to see people finally start taking this shit seriously, rather than this sort of performative stuff where, it's all about just having a big protest and getting an adrenaline rush, feeling like you did something, and never threatening systems of power. That's what I want to see the end of. Five Arrows says, I will say this, though. As I get older, the analytical lenses anarchism gives us confirms my commitment more and more with each passing day. It's like having the worst crystal ball ever. Bro, that is so real. I was literally just saying to a friend of mine the other day, because he's known me for a long time. He's known me since my early 20s. So he can confirm that I've been saying this shit for a while now, right? And I remember telling him that it's like, it's not fun being right when these are the things you're right about. When your predictions are that the system is going to continually turn into fascism, and that hierarchy is going to be concentrated more and more and more, that it is inherently dominating social structure, and that it's going to tend that way unless we create a revolutionary opposition and so on. And when it happens, it's not fun to be right. It's not fun to I told you so people, because you're I told you soing people that things are becoming a dystopian dictatorship. As you say, it's the worst crystal ball ever. There's no desire to I told you so. It's just like exhausting. You just wish people would fucking listen. Being anarchist is so annoying because you're just right over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And it's like, nobody listens. You keep being like, well, they're like, well, what do you think is going to happen? And you're like, I think X is going to happen. And they go, oh, That's terrible. That's so cynical. I can't believe you would think X is going to happen. X? No. I think what's going to happen is my favorite politician's going to win or something, you know, some naive stuff. And you're like, no, unfortunately, I mean, I hate to say it, but probably X is going to happen. Years go on. X happens. And then you come back to them and you talk to them again. And, you know, it's like they forgot about it. Or if they remember it, it's like, oh, yeah, well, what do you think is going to happen now? And you're like, well, I think Y is going to happen. And they're like, oh, that's so cynical. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is other made up, naive thinking. And you're like, no, probably not. Y is going to happen. You just watch. Years go by. And then just the whole process repeats. It's so tiring. Because anarchism clearly offers the analysis that best understands conditions, but people are so in opposition to considering that these hierarchies of power that they consider legitimate are in fact cancerous. They have dynamics that lead to the destruction of complex systems and harm people and concentrate power. They're so resistant to listening to that hard reality that instead they'll just believe nonsense for year after year after year after year. They have a 0% success rate in predicting the future, and you have like a 90% success rate in predicting the future, and they just ignore it. They keep pretending like you're the naive one. It's so bizarre. You're like, okay, well, this is what's going to happen. This is the solution. And they're like, no, absolutely not. And they're wrong over and 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 over, and years pass. And they never ask like, wow, why am I wrong so much? I don't know how they can tolerate being wrong all the time. It's like part of the reason I'm an anarchist is because now finally, at least the world makes sense. At least I can be like, yep, that's how this system works. That's how this system works. What's going to happen is X, Y, Z, because that's what these sorts of things do. These are the dynamics. Everybody, I don't know, so many people just seem like totally fine to live this life of delusion where they're constantly wrong about the future, constantly caught off guard and surprised. And they just refuse to listen to the radical perspective that actually gives them answers. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Tempest Lord Raihan says, it's because they don't like their little bubble world popped. Yeah, I know. See, but the thing for me personally, I can't stand that. When my bubble world is popped, I can't just live in delusion. I mean, that's just me personally. I can't. It makes me feel anxious to live in delusion. There's this constant low-grade anxiety behind everything because I know I'm wrong. I can't live knowing I'm wrong. I have to develop an analysis of the world that at least helps me understand what is happening and what's going to happen. And I can never just rest knowing I'm wrong. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I guess I get it, but I don't get it. Arthur Sage says, do you think democratic centralism can work in an anarchist organization? Absolutely not. If it is democratic centralism, it cannot be an anarchist organization. Democratic centralism is a cult framework. It's a framework for hierarchical power structures, and it is extremely co-optable, extremely able to be destroyed. It is a process of co-option and internal sabotage. It's essentially self-sabotage of the revolution. It is the modeling of the enemy's power structure within our power structures. The development of counter-revolutionary forms within forms that should be revolutionary. Kyle Stoner says, yeah, but now I have constant high grade anxiety, knowing how big the problems really are and how powerful the empire really is. Everything feels really small potatoes. Yeah, for me, I think that's why it's really important to focus your mind on what you have control over. Very, very important. Don't get caught up in what you don't have control over. Instead, ask yourself what you do have control over and how you can expand the control that you have. And in that process, expand the control of others. Then things will start to feel less small potatoes. It's small potatoes because people keep trying to jump straight to the end. They see these enormous systems of power and they convince themselves they must have direct control somehow. They don't most of the time. And so they get really frustrated because they want direct control. They want control over the empire. But there's no lever you can pull to control the empire. The empire is not within your control. What you do control is your actions. You control your interaction with others, who you form as allies. If you can control yourself in situations where it's important, can you practice self-discipline? Can you practice acceptance in the face of failure? Those are the things you control. Those are the things you should focus your mind upon. Don't focus your mind upon the things you can't control. That's just going to frustrate you and you're going to feel powerless. So instead, focus upon expanding your power. Ian Mortensen says, I remember hearing Margaret Killjoy say that the antidote to hopelessness is action. So I think about that a lot. That is 100% correct. So if you want to not feel hopeless, you need to get into the world and do something. You need to transform the conditions around you. You need to build organizations. You need to coordinate with others. You need to keep those alive. Keep the organizations alive such that they can help others, such that they can get bigger over time, such that they can form federations and construct organizational networks with other organizations. So that is essentially what you got to do. That's what you got to do. You have to focus your mind upon action. You have to focus your mind upon transformation of the world. So if you focus your mind upon things that you do not control, you are just going to feel hopeless all the time and you are not going to act because everything is too big for you to control. But if you focus your mind upon what you do control, you'll focus your mind upon the locus of control. And in that process, you will probably expand that locus of control. You'll probably figure out what it is you can do to make an impact. You'll probably figure out who it is that you can form connections and networks of solidarity with. Matthias Baker says, do you think it's important to actively maintain one's own radical beliefs? Or do you think that by taking the right actions, the beliefs will take care of themselves? It needs to be both. Ideally, they reinforce one another, right? The actions then change your beliefs to be more in line with the success of those actions and so on. But in reality, you do have to kind of actively cultivate both. You have to ask yourself how you can carry out actions that are more in line with your ideological commitments. And you have to ask yourself how your ideological commitments compare to the success of your actions. So you have to do both. It's a conscious behavior, not an implicit one. If you do not carry out that behavior consciously, what you're going to find is that you drift in one aspect or another. You drift ideologically, and therefore your action begins to change content, or you drift in your action, and therefore your ideology begins to change content. Whereas instead, what you should be doing is trying to figure out how they enter into a process of feedback with one another, such that it is well informed by theory, that your praxis is informed by theory, and your theory is informed by praxis. That's what you should be doing. Anarcho-Goblagon, or I don't know what the hell that says. Has Cooperation Tulsa grown recently due to election results? Yes, absolutely. Do you feel as if your group is under state scrutiny yet, or still flying under the radar? Not any active state scrutiny that I can see, but it's probably just to be assumed that it is. Probably just the reality of the matter. And I think that, it's quite possible that it will get worse as the election or as Trump comes into power. So we'll find out. It's funny, this user Anathema really thinks they've got all the answers. Everything they're saying, they could just go learn, but they're not going to learn. They think they've already got the answers. They think they have something to teach us. Brandon says, love you, bro, from Texas. Well, I'm super glad to have you here. Anathema, you should read. You should read something. It sounds like you haven't done nearly enough reading. Step number one, probably, as somebody already told you, go watch my video, Power. You might after that want to go watch the videos, A Modern Anarchism. That'd be a good place to go. If you don't want to watch my work, however, if you want to debunk your entire anthropological conception, which is extremely outdated, you should go read Dawn of Everything. That'd be a good place for you to start. Yeah, those are good places for you to start. Or you could read Mutual Aid by Kropotkin. That would be a good one too. Anathema, sounds like you should probably focus on critiquing your own ideology, because you got a bunch of people around you that are providing that critique for you. So you should probably listen and learn. Anarchy by Malatesta, probably good. Yeah, I think that's generally a good one. I really like Anarchy by Malatesta, not necessarily good for this user who thinks that all of human history is domination. But yeah. Vivian Leon says, how would an anarchist society make quick decisions, like if in a Cuban Missile Crisis scenario? I mean, obviously there's going to be layers of delegation in an anarchist society. Delegation is going to be necessary. You're going to have people that look over particular specializations that require expertise, and you're going to have people who have some experience with scenarios of crisis, who have cool heads and can make good decisions during crisis. Turns out that the Cuban Missile Crisis was not dealt with particularly well on either side. It almost turned into a literal nuclear war numerous times. So I don't know if we can really look at the examples that we have as being good examples. But yeah, no, I understand how people have concerns about acting in an emergency or in a crisis. I think the answer largely comes down to developing rules and norms ahead of time for possible crisis scenarios. I mean, this is something that's happened in a lot of occasions, especially in the groups I've been in, where essentially what we do is we think ahead of time, well, what if this bad thing happens? We say, oh yeah, that's a good point. And what we do is essentially develop the rules and norms that would be necessary to deal with those crises on the spot before the crises ever come about. So that is a big part of dealing with crises, is thinking about them ahead of time. On the spot, we can imagine people would probably be much more willing to just push things forward and make quick decisions. In fact, what we found is that historically, when the democratic structures feel as if they are under crisis, they have a tendency to make decisions a little bit too fast. Look at the USSR, for example, where they just gave the Bolsheviks a whole bunch of power because everybody was terrified of what was happening in the Civil War. So they handed over power and they never got it back. So, yeah. Tempest Lord Raihan says, Anarch, to add what you were saying earlier, whenever I feel overwhelmed at the much larger situation, I've learned to tell myself the best I can do is local, and it helps claw me back. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case insofar as that we don't have very well developed structures, right? if we had structures where we had federations, regional and continental federations and so on, then yeah, we could do a lot more than just local. But at the moment, we don't even have local power. In most places, we have nothing. So it absolutely is the case that we have to start local because we haven't developed enough local power to even develop into a regional power. That's essentially where we're at. We're far, far behind the curve, my friends. Really take this as an indication it's time that you need to act. You need to do things. Long Defiant says, hierarchy infantilizes human beings. That is absolutely the case. Excuse me. Mariah Carey Wario Hospital. Have you read the Bernard Sanders Paradox by Bookchin? Yeah, I remember back in 2016, I read it. It was just a critique of, Bernie Sanders and kind of broadly a critique of electoral politics, which is interesting. Amoeba says, I've talked to many leftists on hierarchies and found a problem in semantics. Is there a right definition for hierarchies, or is it just truly semantics? It's always semantics. Listen. The thing is that you are never going to be able to develop a definition for the anarchist framework or a set of definitions for the anarchist framework that they are not going to try to muddy and introduce confusions, and they're going to try to redefine it even though you just defined it. You can define it as many times as you like. They're going to redefine it. They're going to use the words in ways which are inappropriate. It doesn't matter what words you use. That's what we can see going all the way back to Bakunin. Back then they were using this word authority a lot more. And so we get Engels' garbage essay, his Cope essay on authority. But Bakunin really spoke very clearly. Bakunin and the other anarchists were very clear about what they meant by authority. It didn't matter because Engels didn't want that use of authority to be successful. He didn't want that framework to make sense, so he ignored all of the aspects of that framework that were understood or defined by the anarchists beforehand, and he muddied the waters so that nobody could have a conversation. This is what authoritarians always do. So you take a hierarchy. Oh, hierarchy is too vague. Okay, so now we're defining what a hierarchy is. So here we have, for example, Bookchin defining what a hierarchy is. Right? Bookchin gives us this concept of a hierarchy. It involves domination. It involves obedience. It involves command and obedience. Right? Doesn't matter. Now people don't understand what hierarchy is. Then you have Chomsky talking about justified or unjustified hierarchies. I think this is one of the worst attempts to redevelop the framework. Doesn't matter. Now people are going to talk about all hierarchies are justified. Doesn't matter that Noam Chomsky gave a bunch of stipulations about what determined if they were justified or not. Doesn't matter. People are going to misunderstand it. So now you have me, and I'm developing this terminology of a hierarchical power structure. I'm trying to be even more specific. I go into detail. I say a hierarchical power structure is defined by two main features. It is predicated upon authoritarianism and domination. And I define authoritarianism and I define domination very, very closely, to the degree where it is analytic in its nature. You could take a system of nodes and lines and determine, numerically, whether that system was authoritarian or not, based on the distribution of lines and nodes. And it still doesn't matter, y'all. They're still going to try to misinterpret it. They're still going to be like, oh, but isn't that they're going to always present these sort of fiddly distinctions. They're going to muddy the waters. They're still going to try to introduce confusions and etymological fallacies. And at some point, what you realize is it doesn't have anything to do with the words you're using. They know what you're saying. They know what you're saying. The thing is they don't want to engage with what you're saying. They're doing everything in their power to ignore what you're saying. They're acting like there's something wrong with the words you're using. There's nothing wrong with the words you're using. They just don't want you to be able to have words which refer to the political concepts at hand. And so they're going to confuse those political concepts. They're not ever going to engage with your critique. This is what I've noticed. And the reason they're not going to engage with your critique is so incredibly straightforward. If they engaged with the anarchist critique, their system, their ideology would be utterly demolished. They know that deep down inside. It secretly comes from a place of insecurity. They don't want to use the word which would appropriately determine or describe the systems at hand, because if they did, it would demolish their entire ideology. And so they're never going to actually talk with you about the concepts at hand. They are never going to engage with you about the problems of authoritarianism and domination. That is to say, concentration of decision-making over the implementation of total power, and the creation of relationships of an obedience, of command and obedience based on the use of violence, threat of violence, and deception. They will never actually engage with that, because if they did, they would have no defenses. They know the anarchist is right deep down inside. Deep down inside, they know the anarchist critique is correct. But if they accepted the anarchist critique, they would not be able to hold their ideology at the same time. So instead, they practice deception, which is one of the fundamental pillars of domination. So, just saying. I mean, anathema is actually engaging in this right now. Anathema is trying to redefine what the meaning of the word hierarchy is, for example. So here, everybody knows what is being meant by hierarchy, okay? Hierarchy, once again, it's about that concentration of power. It's also about creating these relations of obedience, command and obedience, domination, right? Doesn't matter. They're going to play word games. They're going to muddy the waters. That's how this entire dialogue always works. The only way I've ever found that you can corner them is if you take the time to corner them. You have to literally hold them to the definition of the discussion, and they'll just forget it in 5 minutes and pretend like you never defined it. But you have to hold their feet to the fire again. You have to say, no, that's not what I said. That's not a description of the definition that was being used. Let's stick to the words that are being used. And good luck if you can keep them to do it. They have every single motivation in the world to ignore everything you're saying. So, there was okay, Just Do Mutiny became a benefactor. I appreciate you becoming a benefactor. And Kyle Stoner gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that enormously, everyone. Those donations, once again, this is one of the ways that I'm able to make a living off of this. It's a combination of my Patreon, which is patreon.com/anarch. It is channel memberships such as these, the Anarch YouTube memberships. It is direct donations and stream, like you've seen a few times here. I forgot the 4th one. Oh yeah, ad revenue, which y'all don't have a huge amount of control over. And now I'm on Means TV. So if you want to go to Means TV, you want to become a subscriber, use my affiliate code, which is just Anarch in all caps. And that will give me a little bit of the recurring money that you pay for the subscription to Means TV. That's it, but I appreciate y'all helping me out. That's super helpful. Once again, that is what allows me to continue doing the channel. I suspect that we're about to enter hard economic times. So just know that I probably really need people to become subscribers, and I probably really need people to become patrons, because I think things are about to get real sketch. So if you feel like you're in a secure economic position, please consider becoming a donor to the channel. It keeps switching me over to top chat, which is kind of annoying. Be right back. right. Red Nation. Kyle Stoner says, I want to also generally recommend the YouTube channel Red Nation. Fantastic content, indigenous anarchist perspective. That was a very Trumpian delivery I just did there. Great content. I also want to generally recommend the YouTube channel Red Nation. Fantastic content, indigenous anarchist perspective. Let's see here. Let me get it brought up. Red Nation. All right, well, I'll follow it. Eric Gray says, did you get a chance to read the responses to the question you asked in the Black Insurrectionary Anarchist Theory chat, Anarch? Yeah. I read through those. I'd like to see some passages that they're talking about. So it'd be cool if people could give me some citation. I wasn't going to push anybody because I was just kind of asking the question more generally, but I've not seen that discussed in Black Insurrectionary Anarchist texts that I've read, but I've only skimmed texts, so it's not as if I have like a comprehensive knowledge. Ian Mortensen says, Trump impression? Damn, I can't believe you sold out and became a liberal. So true. So true. Brandon says, what is the first step for humanity? Is it education or direct local organization? It's both. You have to do both at the same time. So that's why Cooperation Tulsa is both an organization and we have a popular education campaign. So you have to do both at the same time. I would start with the organization and then, Victorious Gardenosaurus nails it. Education through direct local organization. That is precisely correct. Jessica S. says, hey, Anarch, I have a friend who is an individualist anarchist. I'm trying to open their eyes to social anarchism. Do you have any ideas on how I can reach out to them? I don't think there's necessarily like one good piece that I'm going to be able to recommend you that's going to be able to do the job. But I will say that I try to build a synthesis that should be appealing to individualist anarchists in part 2 of A Modern Anarchism. That being said, they probably should read part 1 or watch part 1 first. But part 2 explicitly synthesizes the principles of individualist and social anarchism together. So maybe that would help. I would say that having conversations around it is probably going to be the most helpful thing. Amoebia says, what's the educational program in Cooperation Tulsa? We actually have 2 educational programs. We have one called Popular Education, which is where people get together and they watch video essays and they have short discussions afterwards. And then we have one called Organizer Education, which is a little more advanced, generally focuses on theory and praxis. We are currently reading Full Spectrum Resistance by Eric McBay. Pedagogy of the Oppressed is awesome. Oh, the Kitten wants to say hello. Kitten. Oh, sleepy. Sleepy. Not too sleepy to bite, though. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. Oh my gosh. Look how cute he is. Isn't that ridiculous? Mwah. 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 What do you want? All right, he just wanted up on the table. I thought he wanted me to give him pets, but no. He just wanted up on the table. Anarcho Gablogian says, Anarch, have you watched Andrewism's How States Fail Humanity? Yeah. In fact, we just watched that in the last Popular Education group. Yeah, the tiny squeak. Yeah, he did a tiny squeak. Tempest Lord Raihan says, Anarch, speaking of education, since theocrats are going to be taking public education by the throat, what would you say we should do in terms of alternative education systems? Well, I think it's a good opportunity to start creating free schools, like create anarchist schools. Maybe we could create worker cooperatives around that. Historically, socialists have done just that. Socialists have created socialist schools, essentially schools that are taught by people who are anarchists and socialists. And, they teach kids using the free school model. And I think that's probably a great way to go, because if they're going to abolish the Department of Education, I mean, that's absolutely foolish, but it does benefit us, because now that means they're going to make it to where there are fewer of these overarching demands for what a school has to do. And in that sense, it allows us to create free schools, to create anarchist schools and socialist and communist schools, for example. Hell's Bell says, how do I join your reading group? You should just follow the Cooperation Tulsa Instagram. We usually post the link on the Cooperation Tulsa Instagram every other Monday. So go to Cooperation Tulsa, go to Instagram, follow Cooperation Tulsa there, and you will be able to find that link every other Monday. Got another donation from Eric Gray. He's always hooking it up. $5. He says, recommended reading, Dreams of Black Revolt by Anonymous, and it can be found on the Anarchist Library. You should give us, when you make these recommendations, you should give like a short, very short description of like what it's about, like why, what would make somebody want to read it. Ow, 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 ow. Don't bite that hard. Jeez. Always abusing me. Damn. You're an abusive child. Can y'all even see him on cam right now? That's fucking hilarious. Come over here. Come over here so they can see you abusing me. Why you want to sit over there so bad? Why you want to sit over here, huh? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Eric Gray, or just if you want, just tell people what was on your mind, what relates that to the topic, for example. Not necessarily that there is, but in case you were like wanting that to be something. This kitty's so silly. See, he's biting me. You are so cute. Why you gotta hurt me? Oh, is that right? Mwah! Oh my God, stop it. He's going to disable this mic. He's currently trying to mess with the wire. Stop that. Oh my gosh. Okay. See, he's gobbling. Goblin. See, one might think that he just wants to be let down. No, he loves this. He's just going to bite the crap out of me. You silly. Get out of here. No, don't bite that wire. Ow, 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 ow. That hurt. Stop it. He runs into the back to drink some water. He really got worn out by that, by biting the crap out of me. Ian Mortensen says, I guess he's too squirmy to trim his claws. I should probably trim his claws. That's probably true. That'd be at least a benefit there. Riley Alberta Strong says, are you planning on adding to your Liberation and Action series anytime soon? I absolutely love those. I have been planning on it, but I have not yet done so. I'm not sure what the next one I'm going to do is. Everybody commenting on the cat in here. Yeah, Klatari says it's good to start trimming his claws when he's small so he's used to it. Yeah, they've only been trimmed once so far. I should probably start doing that more regularly. Every time he hurts me with his claws, I should just trim his claws. Yeah, I know that Liberation and Action is important. I know that people will like really want it. But yeah, I want each video to really matter. So I try to like research them extensively ahead of time. I try to make sure that I'm choosing a good opportunity. Yeah. If he won't let you trim them, wait until he's asleep. Yeah, that's a good thing to suggest. I have found that if I want to do anything to him that he's not wild about, I just, I scruff him, grab him by the scruff of the neck. But unfortunately, trimming his claws, I can't scruff him and trim his claws. So it's kind of hard to do. The Lone Wanderer says, I was curious to hear about your thoughts on the anti-direct democracy trends within the anarchist movement and what can or should be done about it. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying to me because as far as I'm concerned, I've never seen one of their arguments that rises to anything more than a semantic distinction. And that's unfortunate because it just confuses the shit out of anybody who is not a radical. Only radical anarchists have any idea what anarchists are talking about when they say they oppose democracy or direct democracy. And if you talk to a normal person, okay, the vast majority of people, and you tell them you're against democracy, what they hear is, I want to be a tyrant. I want to get rid of coordinated decision-making structures. I don't want the rule of the people. I want the rule of a bunch of... The cat just knocked down the... Oh my God. You got to be joking. Stop it. Stop that. And they either hear that you want a tyranny, or they hear, they just hear that you don't want any structure whatsoever, which confuses them. And so then you start describing what it is that you want, and they'll just basically, almost always, this is like 80% of the time, they go, oh, so you want a democracy. And you're like, personally, I'm just like, yeah, we'll just say a really very direct democracy. That's what I tell them. They're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Whereas the person who's like super opposed to using this word democracy is like, no, it's not a democracy because consensus. And they're like, all right, that just kind of seems like a democracy with a really high threshold for making decisions. And they're like, that seems impractical, but that sounds like direct democracy. And then you get into this long semantic discussion about the meaning of the word democracy, and I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it gives us anything useful. It creates no useful distinctions, and it confuses normal people. It confuses them in a variety of ways, and none of the confusions are valuable. And so, yeah, no, the cat is now attacking my foot. Ugh. Stop attacking me. Don't you see that I'm having a conversation with people about anarchism? What are you doing? Oh my God, you are total goblin mode right now. Ow! Fucking ridiculous cat. He's so chaotic right now. He's just like going wild at the moment. What are you doing? Oh my God, he's sitting back there waiting he's stalking me close. He's slowly moving towards my hand like he's about to attack me. Stop that. No, stop. What are you doing? What? Ow. Ow. Stop it. No. Do not walk on the keyboard. Tempest Lord Raihan, you know that swatting at him will just incentivize him to do it more because it's a play reward to him. Yeah, I don't mind playing with him. I don't mind. Somebody says, bite him, get him. No, I don't mind playing with him, and I don't mind giving him rewards more generally. Basically, the way I look at it is that I will play with him until he bites hard or claws hard. If he bites hard or claws hard, that's the end of the play. So I don't mind if he wants to swat or he wants to do soft teeth, but as soon as he bites hard or claws hard, that's when I always just make sure we're done playing. Little Makwa says, most normal people associate the concept of democracy with freedom. Yes, that is exactly right. They associate democracy with the people making decisions for their own lives. That's what it means to them. For some people, it means republic, it means a representative form of government. There is sometimes that confusion, but more people know what direct democracy is. I've talked to like 2 people ever that didn't know what direct democracy was. And one of them, once we discussed it, they were like, oh yeah, I know what you mean. It's so annoying that the movement is constantly shooting itself in the foot, making itself less. Why? The cat is currently clawing my leg. The movement is constantly shooting itself in the foot to appeal to the radical sensibilities of like 5 people in the movement. Oh, no, don't use the word democracy. That means rulership of the people. Oh, no. Then rulership of the people. Right. Yeah. This is a huge problem we're having right now. The too much rulership of the people that we're currently having. It's just kind of annoying. It gets on my nerves. And I think it's an active impediment to the popularization of our movement. I don't think my leg is delicious, though, KX. I mean, I think he just craves violence, He craves violence. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm just watching him because he's over here about to, like tip stuff over. He's just being total goblin right now. Currently, he's stalking my hand. He can see that I can see him. He can see that I can see him. Still stalking my hand. What are you doing, you silly babe? Yeah, what if I bite you? What do you think about that? Huh? Pff, no, don't. Testing. No, stop that. Stop that. Testing, testing. Testing. Yeah, there we go. Ow! He is... Do you see this? Oh my gosh. Ow! Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on, you. Hooah! Okay, the mic is back on now though. That's because he literally ran over to my mouse, jumped on the mouse, and then wallowed all over the mic's connection to the USB. It's funny. Clatari says, how old is he? I think now he'd be like, I don't know, 7 weeks old, probably. What is my favorite genre of music? I don't know, honestly. It's been a long time since I've like listened exclusively to one genre, mostly to one genre. Yeah, I don't know. I listen to all kinds of stuff. I think everybody does in the modern day. You know, it's like a joke where it's like, I listen to everything and like it's supposed to be like, that's not true. You only listen to blah. Nah, truly though, compare everybody currently alive to the humans of history who only listen to like one genre, maybe two genres. We really do listen to everything. Most people listen to so many different genres, right? Like the majority of people listen to like 7 genres or something. Like for example, you know, like I was recently listening to Fiona Apple, and then I was listening to Opeth. And then I was listening to the Princess Mononoke soundtrack. Then I was listening to the Arcanum soundtrack, which is like a video game from, I don't know, like the early 2000s or something like that. And then I was listening to Frank Ocean. And then, yeah, like listening to a bunch of different stuff, honestly. Yeah, Ian Mortensen. I listen to everything except rap and country. Yeah, that's me, except for I listen to everything but country. I think it's pretty much accurate, though. I do not listen to country. I don't like it very much. Feral Thought says, have you listened to Chat Pile yet? They're from Oklahoma. Amazing band. Their new record is heavy. I haven't, but I've had people talk to me about them. In fact, there was an anarchist that I knew here in town who went to visit OKC and saw them play live. And he said he ended up having to talk with them, that they were like ANCOMs, basically. But I've never talked with them personally. It's time for Anarch to listen to Spanish ska. Not a huge fan of ska, although sometimes I like things that have ska influences. For example, No Doubt has ska influences, and I like No Doubt. If everybody wants to get like that like heroic vibe, you know, like they want this music that's like epic and like peaceful, but also like badass as hell, you should go listen to the Princess Mononoke soundtrack. It's so good. Y'all know how good the Princess Mononoke soundtrack is? It's really good. is really good. Just saying. Just go listen to the whole soundtrack. Just load it up. Enjoy. Have I ever listened to the Persona 5 soundtrack? No, because I haven't played any of the Persona games. Jessica goes, it annoys me too when they are against direct democracy based on semantics. Anarchists are terrible at PR. Yeah, I think that's a huge issue. Anarchists are constantly shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to PR. So frustrating. I think we would have a lot more people that would be anarchists if anarchists were not so obsessed with using all the right words and everything just had to be perfect and you had to use just the right words to refer to everything. So annoying. Wow, that one hit me. That was wow. Oof. That gave me goosebumps. Based anarch. Propagandy was right. Ska sucks. I'm not a huge fan personally, but I just picked the cat up backwards and then I petted its ass. That was glorious. Hey, why don't you calm down, huh? Why don't you calm down? Why don't you calm down? Why don't you calm down? Why do you... No. That's expensive. Stop. Why don't you come over here? Stop laying on that. Stop laying on that. Come here. Come here. He's trying to unplug this mic right now. Come here. You're so ridiculous. How about this? I'm going to get a toy. Come here. Over here. There we go. See? This works, right? Wait, where are you going? No, not on the keyboard. What are you doing? Stop that. How did that make you want to do more chaos? No, not the keyboard. Did you just hiss at the toy? You're ridiculous. Come here. Stop that. Why do you want to go there? No. 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 Stop. Stop it. Oh, you're ridiculous. Stop being ridiculous. Huh? Stop being ridiculous. All right. Let's clean my backdrop. Let's recreate the backdrop. There we go. There we go. Let's put that back up. Put that back up. Boom. That's a, hey, don't you come back doing chaos. I just repaired your chaos. Stop that. Oh my gosh. This cat is goblin mode right now. This cat is fucking ridiculous. Say something. Okay, fine. What are you doing? Ridiculous. That was fucking hilarious. He just went chaos mode. He's just like, no, I will destroy this. Again? Testing, testing. Okay, good. We're still here. Okay, he's back to destroying. He's back to destroying. Kitty, you've got to get a hold of yourself. This is an act of pure destruction. What are you doing? Why? Stop it. That's so funny. The cat is like 7 weeks old. He is baby. That's why he gets away with everything. He just destroyed the set, which is so funny. I like how he went straight for the set. Like, bro was like ready for chaos. Oh, funny. He's silly. Silly baby. All right. Yeah, Cat casually destroyed the flow of the stream for real. For real. He just absolutely demands that attention be paid. Attention paid. He demands that attention be paid. That's him. Yeah, exactly. River Rune says, can't get mad at a baby. That's exactly right. I can't be mad at him. He's hilarious. He's just fucking ridiculous. He's constantly doing the most chaotic shit. I just can't even. Can't even. He's such a sweet little baby, though. If I chastise him too much, he'll just run away and he'll crawl into his carrier and he'll just sadly take a little nap in his carrier because he's like, oh no, he got angry at me. And it's like, damn, how the hell can I get angry at that? That's just so sad and adorable. The cat is now busy. I put the toy over on the table and he's just attacking it all on his own. He's chosen to attract or distract himself. Wow. Yeah. Now I know I'm getting, the alcohol's going to my head. So, ever since, how much did bro drink? Honestly, so let's see. You see this? I think it was like here when I started. So honestly, that's a decent amount, right? That's a decent amount. I've really gotten started here. No. What are you doing? Stop that. He just knocked over a thing of dice. You see this? This is what he just knocked. He's knocked this over. It was completely full beforehand. What are you doing? Hey. Okay, he's content to just go knock around the dice all over the table now. Nice. Aww. So he said, baby only been on this planet for a few weeks. Be easy. Honestly, he wants me to play rough with him. I can't play rough with him because I'm big and he's small. But he wants me to like go crazy and like fight with him and throw him all over the place. If he's ever like annoying me really bad and I like toss him away, he's like, oh hell yeah, I love this, and he'll like jump at me and try to bite me. He's ridiculous. If y'all are looking for anarchist music, I sounds like you're looking for, you should go listen to Parquet Court's Total Football. This album is like very anarchistic. Even this mention of Total Football is anarcho-communist. That's their whole deal. Because I don't know anything about football, but total football is when every position can do every position is what I learned. So then their idea is that's like anarcho-communism, where you get rid of those distinctions between the specializations and everybody kind of has a little bit of all the specializations. That's what's going on with that title, Total Football. And if you listen close to the album, it's got all these anarchist sort of vibes to it. Yeah, no, if you didn't realize that it had anarchist vibes before you listened to it, go listen to it again. Absolutely. No doubt. Cup Thought says, why do you think the Zapatistas banned alcohol? Would you be against society disincentivizing it in any way? I actually talked with somebody who visited the Zapatistas. Okay. So we talked about this. In fact, I went to something called the Dual Power Conference, and the Dual Power Gathering. At the Dual Power Gathering, there was an entire talk given over the Zapatistas. We sat around asking all kinds of questions. It was brilliant. I wish it was recorded. It was super interesting. And we actually talked about them banning alcohol. And the guy said, actually, I talked to them about the topic, and their reason was super straightforward. They said that they had a problem with domestic assault, domestic abuse, and that it seemed almost completely fueled by alcohol consumption, and that when people drank less alcohol, they abused women less. In fact, we saw the same thing in the CNTFAI in the Spanish Civil War, that they were disincentivizing the consumption of alcohol precisely because it led to lower domestic assaults, led to less domestic abuse. In fact, statistics also back this fact up. The more alcohol consumption there is, alcohol consumption directly correlates with higher rates of domestic assault and domestic abuse more generally. So the reasoning for why they did it, pretty obvious, right? The question is it conducive of a free society? My opinion is that in an ideal society, no, we wouldn't do that. But in their situation, I get it. I really do. Alcoholism and drug addiction are ways that the cartels are maintaining control over indigenous populations. So I probably don't need to tell a lot of people that there is a history of drugs being used in order to subjugate minority populaces. And it's not as if, in your mind, I bet an example came to mind when I said that. I bet an example immediately came to mind when I said states use, drugs in order to subjugate minority populaces. But I just want to emphasize that there are numerous populaces for which that answer qualifies. And one of them is indigenous populations, right? And so, yeah, somebody mentioned the Opium Wars. I got to be honest, that isn't even one of them that came to mind, but it's another example. Like, this is just an old trick, yo. And the Zapatistas are in Chiapas. They're dealing with drug cartels. Okay? I think the one they're dealing with is Jalisco. I don't know. I'm no good at Spanish, but they're dealing with the numerous cartels, and they're dealing with paramilitaries, right-wing paramilitaries, all of which are distributing, trafficking drugs of various kinds. And even though I don't necessarily agree with the Zapatistas doing it, we got to be kind of sympathetic, y'all, that they have a good reason why it took place. And part of it is depriving the cartels of a populace who will consume their drugs. And they're also a feminist revolution. They're an anti-patriarchal revolution, and they are doing whatever is necessary to get rid of, for example, domestic abuse, which is a huge problem. And much as everybody may dislike the fact that they've done so, you have to understand that it was largely driven by the women of Zapatista society. The women of Zapatista society wanted to diminish the amount of alcohol usage. That's my impression from the discussions that I've had about it. So I understand why you may not like it, but I would ask that you practice a little bit of nuance here. Seems like it's Jalisco is the right pronunciation. Nice. See, I'm basically speaking Spanish already. Cat, why are you attacking the computer screen? Why are you attacking the computer screen? Don't try to bite me. Don't bite me. What was that? Oh, stop that. Stop. Oh my gosh. Stop. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So just to be clear, I don't agree that we should ban drugs. But I just want y'all to understand why they did so. And it should be said that their history, the Zapatista history with leftists who come to the Zapatista territories and begin judging them and trying to impose what should or should not be done and levying criticisms and then providing nothing in response, providing no assistance, providing no help to them while they're in the middle of a revolutionary struggle. Y'all, they're fucking tired of it. If you think your opinion from afar on this issue is going to affect them, you're absolutely wrong. They are so tired of foreign leftists coming into their fucking territories and not doing shit, but having all the criticisms in the world. They're tired of it. They're tired of it. And they're rightfully tired of it, to be honest. Tempest Lord Ryan gave $2 and said, "Sabotabby Kitten, sabotaging the stream, lol." Yeah. That's true. That's true. Anyway, see, every time the cat is now attacking my feet. It's now attacking my feet. Nice. Okay, the cat stopped attacking my feet. We're doing this. We're doing this, y'all. We're back in the game. Squall Lee and Heart. I have a kitty. This kitten is terrorizing me for this entire stream. To be fair, I'm loving it. It's great. Just Do Mutiny says, if addiction is linked to a lack of meaningful social connections, like Gabor, I don't actually know how to say his name. I've seen it 100 times, but Gabor Mate claims, then we can reduce drug use with healthy communities. That might be the case. Okay. But it should be said that I'm just going to trust them. I'm going to take them at their word. And unfortunately, studies do show that they're right. I mean, I wish it weren't the case, but less alcohol usage leads to less domestic abuse. That's just a fact. Gabor Mate is correct. Okay, nice. The kitty is counter-revolutionary. Yeah, maybe so. It's all right, though. He's adorable. He gets to do whatever he wants. Jessica S. says, what do you think of affinity groups? Read an article by CrimeThink that said they can form clusters, but I've only ever seen small affinity groups in my experience. I would agree. In my experience, people who advocate affinity groups always imagine that they can do X, Y, Z. Oh, they can build up to this. They can form these sorts of contracts and these sorts of social agreements. But as you say, they never do in practice. And the reason for that is that formality is what leads to the capability to form large-scale conglomerations or agglomerations. Informality leads to lack of understanding. It leads to a lack of agreement on agreed to behaviors, and therefore leads to a lack of concrete expectations in the future. A lack of concrete expectations in the future leads to uncertainty. Uncertainty leads to problems, usually leads to disagreements, conflicts, and so on. So if you want to create large networks of people, you have to form formal agreements. You have to create social contracts, whether you like that word or not, I don't care. The idea is you have to create agreements for collaboration. You have to create points of unity. You have to create agreed to procedures which are expected to be used to come to agreements. That is extremely important, and in my experience, affinity groups are not very good at that. Affinity groups, as far as I'm concerned, are actually just good for underground militant action. I don't think they're very good for building large-scale social structures, and I do not believe that affinity groups could ever form a large-scale organized society. I think that is literally impossible. That is pie-in-the-sky utopian dreaming, and personally, I don't even think it's utopian. I don't think it would lead to a better society, even if it could work. I think it would be inconsistent. It would leave a lot of people behind. It would not be preferable. I think affinity groups are only useful for underground militant action. That's my opinion. Calm. Okay, fine. You over here. No. This is not an opportunity for you to attack my hand on the mouse. No, stop it. The kitty's name is Murray. That's his name. He's Murray. No, don't says, you should have thought long and hard about having feet before inviting a kitten into your home. That is so true. That is so true. You feet attacker. Feet attacker. Stop being so cute. You're so cute, baby. No, you cannot paw the microphone. Do not. Hey, calm down. Calm. Oh my gosh. Go over here. Ridiculous cat. Ridiculous. Kitty, you are obsessed with me right now. What happened? Why are you so obsessed? Huh? How about this? Come here. No, that is not an invitation to destroy the background. Stop it. Okay, so now you want over here. Come on, over here. Okay, that was adorable. That was so cute. This cat is fucking ridiculous. He's currently hissing at the toy on the ground and fighting it. Five Arrows pretty much nails it here. He says affinity groups have a place and can be positive, but affinity groups are not a basis for forming a practical revolutionary movement, not for basing a society on. Agreed completely. That's exactly right. Affinity groups are useful for very specific things. They are not the basic aspect, the basic cell of a revolutionary movement. Where do we go beyond affinity groups? We build formal organizational structures with clear and distinct mechanisms for decision-making, deliberation, and delegation. That's the answer to that question. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're ridiculous, cat. You're ridiculous. Robert Farley, you say you got a half an acre in Louisville. That's awesome. Let me just say, if you've got half an acre, you should probably form a formal organization and start raising money in order to actually develop that acre. That's my opinion. Hey, don't claw the monitor. Why are you clawing the monitor? Stop that. Oh my gosh. He's so ridiculous. He's clawing at my face on the monitor. You little smarty. You so smart. Stop being so smart. The cat was watching the screen one time. He was just sitting there watching it and like being dumbfounded. It was like people on a screen. He was staring at it like, what the hell? How are those people there? And he got so confused that he like went behind the monitor and looked up behind the monitor because he was like, I don't understand. How are there people behind this? I don't see any people and they're small. How does that make sense? And he went and he looked up behind the monitor and he like peeked his head out looking at me all wide-eyed like there's no people back there. How are there people? I don't understand how there could be people on this screen, but then there's nothing behind the screen. I'm a little confused by that. Yeah, in the computer. Exactly. He's like intrigued by it. Every time I move my mouse, it's like he knows that I'm the one moving the mouse. He looks back at my hand like, are you doing that? What's that? How are you doing that? Hey, stop. You're so cute, you silly baby. Why are you He's pawing at my picture on the screen. He's like, ooh, I want to claw that. That's him. I claw and bite that. Little monster. Riley Alberta Strong says, do you think that the Trump presidency will make LibSoc organizing significantly more difficult, or do you think it won't change much on its own? I don't know. I have no idea what the future will hold, but I will say there is a strong chance that it will lead to stronger LibSoc organizations, but it could also possibly lead to prolific suppression. So it could lead to us being purposely sought out and destroyed, but it's also possible Bro will just completely ignore us and will fly completely under the radar as he does all kinds of terrible things in society. Sam donated $5. Sam says, is it worth it to cannibalize existing but dying orgs locally to jumpstart something like a cooperation group, or better to start from scratch? I would say part of social insertion is just being present in organizations at whatever stage that they're in, especially ones that are connected with popular struggle. So if there is a group which is in the process of dying and you see that there are a bunch of libertarian socialists, a bunch of anarchists, etc., it might be good to try to get those people together in order to create a cooperation group, or to transform the group that they already have into a cooperation group and institute a formal charter. But yeah, it's obviously got to be very conditional. It's going to have to be contextual to the situation, depends on the organization itself, depends on why it's dying, depends on what kind of charter it has. Sometimes it actually might be useful just to repurpose the organization itself in its current form, but that's going to be up to the people involved in that organization. Five Arrows says, we going to talk about anarchism, or is it just a cat stream? That seems like that's completely up to the cat. I got to be honest. That seems very much like it's up to the cat. The cat chooses that. Oh, the cat finally has gotten off of the tables and is now sprinting behind me on the ground. So I think maybe he is going to entertain himself for a little while. Oh, he's slurping water now. He's slurping. Excuse me. All right. Somebody asked, are you using AI? How would I be using AI? Where are you even suggesting I'm using AI right now? What would I be doing right now, which would even be AI? Are you saying I'm using like a live AI? What is that? How does that even work? AI takes time to process. I do not use AI. I don't need AI. I do not require the assistance of dumb computers. Are you smoking AI weed? Yeah, baby. Yeah, get up on this AI weed, baby. Yeah, that's right. Pass that shit, homie. Oh, yeah. Can't believe Anarch was AI all along. Wow. So I don't know how many of you, it's interesting. When I look at my analytics, I found that I have like a solid 20 to 30% of my viewer base who only watches my live streams. Very surprised about that, but it's cool though. I'm down with that. It's fine if y'all are just here for the live streams. If that's you, I just want to suggest that I published a really important video, probably one of the most important videos I have published, which is about the basics of organizing. So if you are interested in how to organize, what the basics of organizing is, if you have a cat currently crawling up your leg and clawing the absolute shit out of you, then you should watch this video about the basics of organizing. Is he destroying the background right now? He is. He's destroying hey, don't get, do not. No. Come on. Jesus Christ, come on. A menace. Menace. You see this kitty? Menace. Oh my gosh. Menace. Wait, no. No, now he's playing with the mouse. Stop it. You baby, come here. Come here. Do not bite me. There you go. That was fucking hilarious. No, stay up there. Chill. Oh my gosh, whatever. Reverse psychology. Anyway, really important video I was talking about the basics of organizing. I've had so many people ask me, where do I get started? What kind of stuff do I need to know? What considerations do I need to take into mind? And well, that's literally what this video is for. So here's the video. Once again, I already posted. I'm going to post it again there in the chat. If you're watching the VOD right now, then you can see that there's a live chat that you can go look at. Or you can just go look at the video on my channel. Just go over to videos. Anyway, video is basically how to organize, or rather, the basics of organizing are. The basic things you need to take into consideration are. It's not huge amounts, not a bunch of sophisticated knowledge, for example. But it is some knowledge that you probably wouldn't be able to get elsewhere because I've been doing it for over a decade now. So Anarcho-Gablosian says, the more cat do stuff, the more anarchism it is. And I do believe that is a statement of fact. Just Do Mutiny said that was a clippable short for the lulz. It was me holding the cat upside down and it mewing at me. Right now he's sitting on the cable. Who knows if my mic's about to go out. Stop it. Don't bite me. Stop. No. Do not. Tried to bite the wires. He keeps trying to bite the wires. No biting wires. I love that there is a gray cat emoji, though. Somebody found a gray cat emoji, and I'm fucking hyped on that. That's amazing. That's good stuff. Quality. So one thing I have been thinking about is doing a live stream where I play video games, or rather where I play Magic the Gathering Arena. Magic the Gathering Arena or Minecraft. I wonder how many people would want to watch me play Magic the Gathering or Minecraft. Okay, cool. Positive responses so far. I haven't seen anybody say that they wouldn't like it. More interested in watching me play Stray. I'd be down. I'd consider that for sure. Big fan of both Magic the Gathering Arena and Minecraft, so I'd be down to play those on stream. Anarchist D&D campaign. That's a lot of effort, my friend. The cat loves the laundry basket, so he just climbed into the laundry basket, and I'm happy for him. You know, it's important. All right, I'm getting mostly positive responses. People would be down to just watch me play a video game while I talk. That's cool. I'd be down with that. I just have to get it prepped ahead of time, make sure that I have everything all set up and kind of ready to go. As far as Magic, I could just load that up. That's not a problem. I already have You know, I play Magic a lot, so. So Magic players here, what colors do you play? Let's see it. Tell me in chat. You know, it's funny. I've been playing Minecraft since like literally its first iteration. Excuse me. Got a $5 donation from Jessica S. Jessica says, what do you think of campists who think China, Russia, Iran, and Syria are an anti-imperial front against the U.S.? They ignore wars funded by these nations. Yeah, it's absolutely the case. I think campism is a cancer on the left. Basically, what it is taking sides between capitalist governments. Somebody who is a revolutionary leftist is supposed to inherently recognize that every capitalist entity, every entity that subjugates its people is supposed to be opposed and overthrown, and that our struggle is internationalist in character, and that means that it involves internationally all of our allies in every country, which is the majority of people in every country. Those people should be our natural allies. However, we have a bunch of people who are supporting the governments of very oppressive places, and in doing so, they are supporting the oppressors of the people themselves. I see this as being a fundamentally anti-communist position. It's an anti-leftist or anti-revolutionary leftist position. This position inherently involves siding with capitalist entities. It involves siding with the owners of the means of production, aside from the proletariat, that is to say, the state or the bourgeois, owning the means of production or owning a small amount of the power or a large amount of power in society within the very few hands. And that is fundamentally against all socialist or communist aspirations, therefore all revolutionary aspirations. With that in mind, campism is in no way, in my mind, fundamentally a leftist position. However, it has the aesthetics of a leftist position. You'll find that campists spend a lot of their time defending capitalist nations. For example, defending China, defending Russia. These are explicitly right-wing or capitalist countries, defending Iran. Iran is not only a capitalist country, but it is a theocracy, which is even more troubling. It is, in fact, a more notable return to monarchic principles, which we should all be opposed to. I thought we were all opposed to that. Syria, I actually don't know as much of the specifics about the Syrian history as possible. However, I will say that I understand that Assad does not have a very broad support among the public, that he has maintained a dictatorial or despotic position for a very long time, and it is especially the case for the Kurds, who obviously have established their own autonomous region as soon as they were given the damn chance. Of course, that's because the Kurds rest in the national borders of, like, I think 4 countries, maybe 4 or 5. And so they have a national, if they were to be given national borders, those national borders they would have to take land from numerous countries. Anyway, so campism is, in my mind, anti-revolutionary or counter-revolutionary. I think that it occupies a position of distracting and confusing the left. And I think it operates from coming from a recently very radical or very radical liberal position. So essentially, here's what I think happens with a lot of people who are authoritarian leftists, and especially those who get really obsessed with this campist mindset of choosing one geopolitical camp over another. I think they were originally liberals, and they bought into this dichotomy, the private and the public. You got the private and the public, A good liberal chooses public over private. They recognize that capitalism is cancerous, capitalism is parasitic, capitalism has to be held at bay by the regulations of the state. The state is the only representation, the proxy representation of the people. This is what liberals think, right? They think it's like the proxy representation of the people. So they get really attached to this idea that it's a competition between the state and corporations, or the public and the private. And we side with the public because the public represents accountability. It represents limitation and regulation of the excesses of these corporate greedy power structures. Okay, so you get all caught up supporting the government over the corporations. And then the problem is that, especially if you're a radical in, say, the United States, you then begin to learn, actually, the state is fucked up. The state is deeply dangerous. My state, especially if you're in the United States, my state is one of the worst on earth. States aren't always good. But instead of going, oh, maybe there's like a structural reason for this, they say, oh, well, maybe that means there's good guy and bad guy states. So there's good states, right? There's people out there who did the state right because they still have this liberal conception of the place of the state as being like a necessary mediating force. And so what they do is they try to find the states that are on their side globally, or what they think is on their side. But then they take this extremely reactive, knee-jerk, childish sort of approach where they say you're either the United States or you're not the United States. Because United States bad guy, not United States good guy. Rather, there's a block of people that support the United States and there's a block of people that are not the United States. And the people that are the block that is in the not United States or against United States, those must be the good guys because the US equal bad guys. This is like a simplistic, it's kind of, simple-minded. It's a naive, even childish way of understanding the world. But it occurs to them naturally because they're looking for good guy states. They're still stuck in this idea that the state is the proper limit to private influence. And in that sense, it's a form of radical liberalism, right? They're stuck within the mindset of this private-public dichotomy, which characterizes the liberal limitations, or the limitations on the liberal imagination, you might say, right? So, yeah, that's what I think is going on with campism. Unfortunately, it then leads to this extremely gross and immature shit where they in order to defend tyrants, in order to defend despotic capitalist and state capitalist governments, they have to become the defenders of tyranny. They have to become the defenders of systems of despotic rule and suppression of the people. And in that process, they become the enemy to human liberation. Straight up, no exaggerations. That is the fact of it. The enemy to human liberation, a break on revolutionary progress, the undermining of the actual potential liberatory future of humanity, the co-opters of revolutionary potential future, and the people instead taking a revolutionary future and turning it into a petty game of state competition in the world, of siding between despots and thinking that they are valorous for having sided with the despots of some foreign enemy. It is not at all valorous. It is a simplistic and immature way to look at the world. Just as choosing between politicians and a bourgeois democracy is immature, simplistic, and naive. But they think that they are the sophisticates. And anybody who disagrees with them, well, they must love the United States. I'd invite them to go look at the clip from earlier in this stream where I described that I think the United States is the originator of fascism. So if that's what you think. Infuriating that this even has to be said. This is where we have ended up as a movement. Okay, so I missed a bunch of stuff. In fact, I'm pretty sure at least one of them has expired. I'm going to try to scroll back through that. Give me just a second. So Sam gave $20. I appreciate you, Sam. He says, a very real question is, DSA is having a big influx right now. Less, but not just like 2016. Therefore, are anarchist orgs ready to receive the newly thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of newly disaffected radical DSA folks? Well, it depends on where you're at. I'll say Cooperation Tulsa is. Cooperation Tulsa is prepared to receive them. And obviously some of the cooperation groups as well. But many of these informal anarchist organizations, absolutely not. In fact, I don't even think many of these people would know how to get into these radical, informal affinity groups such that they could be populated by new radicals. And that's extremely frustrating. But I will say for in Cooperation Tulsa's example, yes, we've immediately received an insurgence of new member applications and new volunteer efforts. So we've been making pretty fast progress lately, and we've gotten some really good people involved, which are absolutely becoming core organizers in the organization very rapidly. Next one was just that. Dark Ardor became Friendo. I appreciate that. Really glad to see people using either the YouTube or the Patreon mechanism for becoming a recurring donator to the channel. That is what allows me to keep doing live streams like these very regularly and creating videos every week, is because I am able to devote some substantial period of my time to this channel and be able to live, be able to buy groceries, be able to pay bills. And insofar as that I can't, I would have to limit the amount of time I spend on the channel. So just saying, if anybody here, if you feel like you are in a position where you're financially solvent, I invite you to give to the channel so that I can continue making work just like what you see here. Anyway, that's the end of the spiel for now. Mo Plum says, Gray Zone is the perfect example of anti-US campism. Yeah, 100% agreed. That's so disappointing to me, because the truth is that I feel like until recently, and maybe I was just naive, I hadn't radicalized far enough, most of the journalists associated with Gray Zone were ones that I kind of trusted at least a little bit. I kind of at least felt like they were going to do their due diligence. But by God, as soon as they got on that campist sort of mentality, they went reactionary so fast, like all of them too, with the exception perhaps of Abby Martin. I haven't seen Abby Martin really say anything objectionable. Abby Martin does seem to constrain their explanations for phenomena to things which can be verified. That's been my experience, at least. Anybody can correct me if you like. But Abby Martin seems like they more just say the facts of the matter. They don't get really into this weird campus stuff. But then you got like, what is it, Ben Norton, a little bit of like Lee Fang, I believe. You've got Glenn Greenwald. That's a true disappointment. That's a true disappointment. I mean, there was a time when Glenn Greenwald was actually one of the more reliable progressive left journalists that we had. It seemed like he was like one of the good guys, like, oh, damn, well, at least Greenwald writes some good articles. But bro just went so far off the deep end. It's just like, there's nothing, just cannot defend him at this point. You know, it's really disappointing. I feel like he's gone right wing at this point. I feel like he's tilted over the center and to the right at this point. Ben Norton, to be fair, I never had like a great deal of respect for him to begin with. Seems like he kind of entered the entire conversation as a campist, and just tried to tilt the conversation in that direction as time went on. It doesn't seem like he really ever had a legitimate position in the conversation. Chris Hedges, same. Well, I'll say Chris Hedges. I haven't seen Chris Hedges actually say anything super objectionable. Once again, I'm open to anybody correcting me. I haven't seen it. Perhaps it has happened, but I will say Chris Hedges has always been sort of a radical liberal. Okay. Like if you just understand that he really, in my opinion, I mean, maybe I'm just not seeing everything, but it seemed to me Chris Hedges hasn't moved much. He's an actual example of he hasn't moved much. Everybody else has. I think Chris Hedges is saying fundamentally mostly the same things he was saying like 10 years ago. It's just that we've moved way left of Chris, you know. I think he was a valuable sort of liberal check on liberal society, where he had a sort of sophisticated, more philosophical, political, theoretic understanding of what was happening, but was still fundamentally within a liberal framework. Chris has never been out and out a revolutionary, to my knowledge. Once again, I have limited knowledge like everyone else, but Chris Hedges mostly just seems like he's saying the same stuff he's always been doing. Sam here, who just donated $20, I think has actually met Chris Hedges. Sam says, I texted you a picture of my dog, Anarcho Riot Dog in training. I just want to show you everyone, Bud. Glenn was always a right-wing libertarian. I see. Hedges, oh yeah, he actually just mentioned it here. A former mentor is weird friend, is weirdly still a friend with Jimmy Dore. Yeah, Jimmy Dore. My God, that's... Jesus Christ. That devolution is truly legendary. That's an epic devolution into right-wing nonsense. I mean, unfortunate. I mean, the Bernie shit broke his brain. He's never come back from that. Like, I remember Jimmy Dore, when he first started that show, he just kind of seemed like more of that Young Turk stuff, you know, kind of this like generally progressive critic of the Democratic Party. I think that's what Jimmy mostly started as. And then over time, he saw what the party did to Bernie. Oh, it broke his brain. It broke his brain. He like rejected leftism. He just went more and more populist under any circumstance. And he kind of became this weird centrist who is always now defending reactionaries. He's always rubbing elbows with both authoritarian leftists and often now even authoritarian right-wingers. Just disappointing, truly disappointing. You know, that's what I get for thinking that his loud shouting anger was intelligence, that his outrage was an articulate understanding of the world. That was just disappointing to see. I think it was a self-imposed humiliation ritual. So yeah, that's my opinion on Gray Zone. Yeah. They're not all the worst, but some of them are absolutely the worst. Jimmy's interview with Blair White was a special level of egregiousness. I haven't seen it, but I'm just sad to say that seems like that's become the norm for him, right? I wish it weren't, but yeah, somebody said one of the craziest fall-offs. Yeah, what a fall-off. Well, I will say it's verified Gray Zone is at least adjacent to Russian funding sources. Not saying that means that they're being given scripts by Russia, but it's probably the case that they're saying things that Russia finds beneficial to their general geopolitical aims. Once again, that doesn't mean that's not inherently a characterization of what they're saying, but it's an indication. You should ask yourself why that is. Gooberator says, Jimmy Dore is one of the people who got me into progressivism, and then he just became a Trump populist. Yeah, just gross. Gross. Yeah, actually, a few people are telling me that Greenwald has always been a right-wing libertarianism or libertarian. I don't know if that's the case. I didn't really get those vibes back in the day, back in the Occupy days. Oh, yeah. Aiden then says, I feel like Jimmy Dore really fell off the deep end further with the COVID vaccine because it fucking paid his bills to be a conspiracist about it. His channel grew like crazy. Yeah, that was super disappointing. I'm disappointed in everybody who took the bait on the vaccine disinformation, about the vaccine not working, about trying to discourage people to get it, about the complaining about getting it. Like, I get it. You don't like compulsion, but here's a situation where you really do need to just take this damn thing for everybody else's sake. Be grateful you weren't being quarantined. Almost any rational society is going to quarantine you if you have a fucking infectious illness that disables and kills millions of people and is wildly infectious and goes everywhere on earth. Almost every society is going to figure out a way to make sure that everybody either gets treated or quarantined. Every society, there's no exception, every society. And so it's frustrating that any leftists took it. Right-wingers, I get it. Really, you're just upset that everybody reminded you you're part of a society and that your actions affect other people. That's why you're angry if you're a right-winger, right? That's predictable. Y'all are children. You cannot conceive that you have responsibility to other human beings, okay? I understand why you're angry. As a leftist, disgraceful. You should be ashamed of yourself. Even if you didn't go out of your way to take the damn thing, doing active work to undermine the effectiveness of the vaccine, especially in a time when people were being discouraged from taking it, and you went out of your way to convince people that it didn't work, or to add doubt to the fact that it did, or discourage people from quarantining, or discourage people from taking the vaccine. Y'all, that's real bad. I just got to be honest. That's real bad. That's directly responsible for harming people. Directly. So, yeah, that was super disappointing. I got to be honest, when I first got into leftism, the science denialism was not normal, okay? Like, it was present, but it wasn't normal. Now we live in a day where science denialism has just been normalized. Everybody's just in the process of denying the discoveries of science. And that is just endlessly tiring. And it should be said, a regression of social knowledge, a demonstration of the regression of our understanding of the world around us. I'm so disappointed by it. I'm so disappointed by the prevalence of science denialism, the prevalence of people who literally have no knowledge about things, thinking that their intuitions about scientific subjects are actually more reliable than the results of actual experimental data, actual scientific outcomes. The vaccine denialism is itself one of the most harmful acts you could do to humanity. You should go research what polio is. Go research polio. Go research what it was and what it used to do to people. Then go research what the polio vaccine did to polio once we got everyone to start taking it. And then ask yourself, do you actually know enough about biological science and about vaccine science to really add any principled objections, given that we've got this so nailed down, we've literally almost eliminated diseases before? And then ask yourself, looking at the fact that polio is now resurging because of vaccine denialism, whether you want to contribute to the return of polio. Just go research it. Have fun. Go look it up. Go Google polio and then ask yourself whether you want that to come back, because that's where we're at. Fucking infuriating. And I cannot tell you how disappointed I am that leftists ever bought into vaccine denialism and ever spread that shit. Anybody who does that, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed. You fell for right-wing disinformation and you spread it on the left. That's on you. And you're never going to live that down unless you turn against that and never do it again. And convince people that the science, which has been demonstrated in every experiment that has ever been done, is good science, and that it keeps people safe, because that is exactly what experimentation shows. And that all that disinformation against the vaccine was enormously harmful to the lives of real human beings, especially the people who are most compromised and most vulnerable in society. I just want to be very clear about that, because I get people in my comments talking about this shit all the time. I'm staking this claim extremely clear. You be very clear what I feel about this. I think it is disgraceful that there is vaccine disinformation in the modern era. We are not living in the early 1900s, okay? Please stop. Jesus Christ. Somebody's actually here trying to argue against this. Don't question authority. Shut up and trust the state. Do you know how to do the experiments? Are you going to go do the experiments yourself? Goofy 8907. Do you know how to conduct double-blind experiments about the effectiveness of vaccines? Have you ever done that before? Do you even have any idea how you would approach the development of that experiment? Because if not, maybe you should shut the fuck up. Like, you don't know anything if you don't know how that the experiments are even conducted. Okay? And do you know how you do statistical analysis of the results? Do you know what it looks like to have that statistical analysis available to a community of scientists that can then look into that and they can try to reproduce your results? If you don't, maybe shut the fuck up, bro. Straight up. No, they did not refuse to release the data. You are doing vaccine denialism in my chat right now. They did not refuse to release the data. There are numerous studies that have been done on this. This has been reproduced numerous times. The vaccine in every study ever conducted has demonstrated its effectiveness. It works. It's using technology we already understand. This is not fucking some new magical thing. mRNA vaccines were understood for decades before this. This is an effective vaccine, has demonstrated itself to be as such in every study that has ever been conducted. And those studies absolutely have released their data. And that data is in fact collated together to give us meta-analyses of various studies, which also demonstrate the effectiveness of the vaccine. Just do not spread vaccine disinformation in my fucking chat. I will kick you straight up. Straight up. Also, the numbers I looked at, CDC official data, read it instead. What? There are numerous places you can get this data. The CDC is not the only place. The fact you're emphasizing the CDC is indicating that you're just trying to introduce doubt about the effectiveness of the vaccines. These vaccines have been researched for decades now. The CDC is not the first place to do research about mRNA vaccines. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because you don't know any of the basis of where this all came from, you are trying to introduce your doubt, your inability to understand the conditions of the actual of what's actually taking place, the actual data which has been published, the actual experiments which have been conducted, because you don't understand it, because you only know about one example about the CDC. You think that that's the scale of what has been conducted. Do you realize how much governments all over the world dumped into the solution of this? I'm just so tired of this shit, to be honest. I'm just incredibly tired of this science denialism. Damn, it should, we expect it on the right, but why has this become normalized on the left? What the fuck's going on? I'm so tired of people saying this shit. I'm so tired of this being normalized. People acting like we can't. Listen, you should be skeptical of scientists, but if you do not have the basic knowledge to understand what the fuck they say in a scientific paper, you probably do not have the basic knowledge that is necessary to offer a critique of what they're saying. Until you gather what is a good approximation of what the actual facts are as discovered by science, you do not have a good position by which to criticize the discoveries of science. The discoveries which, by the way, have built things like this mic and the computer that me and you are having this discussion on right now, the chat that you're communicating in, and the software that has been developed. Like, if you don't understand the basics of any of those discourses, probably trust the scientists know how it fucking works. Can you build a computer? I mean, can you make an mRNA vaccine? Do you know how to conduct an experiment about an mRNA vaccine? And if you got the data handed to you, would you be able to do the statistical analysis of it? If not, you probably leave it alone until you do more research. That's all I'm going to say. Respect people who have expertise. Respect expertise. So not to say you trust them with everything, but if you want to question them, then you need to acquire their level of expertise so that you can have a properly informed position by which to question their knowledge. Because until you have that requisite knowledge, you probably don't have a strongly informed position by which to question the expertise that they have developed. That takes a long fucking time. That's hard. I don't think a lot of people recognize how much work goes into becoming a scientist. It is, y'all, it's a lot of work. It's an astonishing amount of work. It's like 20 years of developing yourself until you are able to effectively become a practicing scientist. If you are fast track, you're looking at like 12 to 14 years. It is hard. It requires a lot of knowledge, people. A lot of weird expert knowledge that is not obvious. So I swear to fucking God, we're talking about mRNA vaccines. We're talking about mRNA vaccines. You think you know anything about what mRNA is? I don't. And I would say I know more than the average person. Okay. Quite a bit more than the average person. But I'll just tell you, I could not myself go analyze a meta-analysis and tell you, oh, yeah, I could have done that meta-analysis better. And give me a break. Give me a break, yo. This anti-intellectualism with that has permeated in our society is extremely disappointing, and it is completely unbecoming of a movement that has any ideas about creating a better society. You think you're going to create a better society and you won't trust the expertise of people who've spent decades of their life learning how these things work? Absolutely fucking unacceptable. Infuriating. Circumvent says, can we kick Goofy and get to the important question, like Anarch's favorite Final Fantasy? Favorite Final Fantasy, I got your answer. It's FF6/3 in the United States. FF6 is one of the greatest video game stories ever told, highly influential to me. FF6 was a huge part of my developing consciousness about revolt against prevailing power structures. And I would say it gave me the philosophical underpinnings of existentialist philosophy, even though I can't tell if it was really an intentional fact or not. FF6 is essentially one of the only video game stories you'll ever find where you are the rebels and the Empire are the bad guys and the rebels are right, and the rebels should fight till the bitter end. And that is in fact the whole story. The rebels are the good guys and they're right. And it fucking rocks. It's a good game. FF6, that's what's up. Part of me thinks that I would like for them to remake it, but I also know that they'd probably fuck it up. You know? Circumvent says, did not expect that answer. I got to go find this now. So it's FF3 in the US. Yeah, the American version is Final Fantasy 3 because, you know, we didn't release all the Final Fantasies over here. But the Japanese version is FF6. A lot of people who really want to enjoy the game as it is will go and get translation patches. So they'll get the ROM and then they'll get a translation patch for it. And pretty much all the translation patches are better than the original English port. The original English port is not super good. Not to insult the guy who did it. He was on a ridiculous time crunch. The guy's named Ted Woolsey. But he didn't do a very good job. So if you're going to get the ROM, try to go find FF6 and then get an English translation. Yeah, somebody says, FF7, you are an ALF cell, though. Yes, in FF7, you absolutely are an ALF cell. Yeah, FF7 kicks ass, too. Five Arrows says, let's talk about how raw milk is Nazi coded now. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I'll admit to y'all that back a few years back, I had raw milk and I enjoyed it. I know every vegan is right now retching. Please don't send me a pipe bomb. but it did taste better because it has more cream in it. That being said, people's worries are extremely warranted. And it is hilarious how raw milk is Nazi coded now. It's because of this conspiracist thinking. Does anybody recall what we were saying about fascism earlier in the stream? I don't know if anybody who's here now was here that early in the stream. But towards the beginning of the stream, I was talking about the 14 points of Umberto Eco's Fascism. And one of them is conspiracism. And I think that's all that's really going on, right? Because remember, once again, this is another rant. I had this rant earlier in the stream, but recall how what I was saying is that the mythology of liberal society is a false mythology. It doesn't accord to how the system works in fact. So what that means is liberalism is a weak defense. But the solution lies outside of the system, which is to say socialism or at minimum social democracy to bail the system out. But society cannot perpetuate such an explanation. Such an explanation undermines its fundamental basis. And the fascists, as being the representatives of the system at its rawest form, its sort of historically most dominant hierarchical form, they must offer false solutions. They have to give false answers. They have to introduce doubt in the minds of people about, for example, experts. Definitely subtweeting somebody here with this right here. The doubting of experts is part of anti-intellectualism. This is not to say that you should never doubt experts. You should. But once again, as we said earlier, you should have requisite knowledge about the topic to actually be able to meaningfully question those experts. Okay? So, anti-intellectualism is based around despising the people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about. That's to say scientists and philosophers and thinkers, artists in general, people who inspect and try to think about the world, people who try to understand answers to how things work. What you want to do is you want to introduce doubt about all the people that have intellectual, sophisticated, complex understandings of the world. What you want to do is you want to get people to accept gut instinct, knee-jerk responses that have a low resolution, low detail, easy stuff. That stuff is extremely exploitable by reactionary forces, extremely exploitable by hierarchical power structures. They are predicated upon brainwashing you. They want you to be dumb and uninformed and have a bad framework for understanding the world. They want you to be deluded and confused. That's what they want. Okay, so you not understanding experts, you developing conspiracy theories that have nothing to do with reality, that are wild speculation about things that don't really have any clear connection to the things at hand. That is so useful for them. That's crack for them. Okay, they're all about that because that keeps you confused and distracted. You're not focused on real things. And they're so good at finding ways to develop custom delusional conspiracy theories. If they can customize the delusional conspiracy theories well enough, they can get you worrying about things that don't exist. In fact, they can get you trying to defeat the people who would naturally be your allies, or finding a scapegoat that can be destroyed in place of the system itself. Conspiracism is inherently linked with fascism. So this thing about, circling back around, raw milk, right? Now they want to cast doubt on fucking, what the hell is it called? Pasteurization. Yo, pasteurization, y'all, that was like a historic, revolutionary health a piece of progress in history. That was an enormous leap forward for human knowledge. Now, I'm not saying that anytime you drink raw milk, you're going to get sick. That's not the case. Absolutely not. But there's a good reason why raw milk was being pasteurized. Okay? Absolutely a good reason. If you want to take that risk yourself, feel free, but it's so fucking annoying. It's like gut instinct and knee-jerk reaction. More important than actual studies, actual scientific studies. Fantastic. Good stuff. Let's see here. My fear. LGBT Mapper said, boiling milk is going to ruin our society and trans our kids. That's so true. So true. I believe that. I believe that's true. Sam said, God damn it, Daniel, show my dog Bud to everyone. No. Screen sharing during stream, Sam. That is in fact the original sin of all streamers. You know, you never screen share. You don't fuck with the windows. You don't do that. You prepare it ahead of time if you're going to do that, but you don't do it on the spot, my friend. That is where disasters are made. That is the stuff of streamer nightmares. I wake up in the middle of night imagining that I did something foolish in precisely such a situation. Oh, just showing phone screen. Yeah, that's a good call. Give me a sec. I think I can avoid doing anything too foolish here. There we go. Okay. Oh, I have to change screens here. Yes, he's a black dog. Yeah, he's got that Matapacos thing going on. Yeah, riot dog. Well, unfortunately for him to be a riot dog, he would have to be homeless. So it looks like he's moving away from riot dog status right now. Bud. I like how we got Bud in chat. If you love Bud, but give me a Bud in chat. See, this is how you know I'm a fucking professional streamer now, baby. Hilarious. All right, give me a sec. Is this the one? Boom. Okay, I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom. All right, I have returned. I see people are talking about Final Fantasy, and that's great. There it is. It has been recreated. Okay, so Dark Arter says, thoughts on transhumanist anarchism. I don't know. It's kind of interesting sometimes. I wouldn't call myself a transhumanist anarchist. I don't think it's like my big focus necessarily. I do think it has some interesting ideas. Talking about transcendence of human boundaries. I like that. I like that basic concept. You know, the idea of this sort of a fusion between technology and the human body. I think that's valuable, a good framework for understanding historical development of technology and so on. But my focus is less on that transcendence of human body and the development of social structures which enable humanity to flourish. I think that is a bigger transcendence of human limitations than the transcendence that comes along with the profusion of humans with technology. So it's not to say that it's not interesting, but it's really not where my focus is. Circumvent says, I asked earlier, but do you have a take on the Ukraine war? I never land anywhere except seems everyone is bad and civilians are cooked. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a pretty simple thing to be stated, and that is that Ukraine has the right to defend itself from Russian aggression. Straight up. That easy. It's really not complicated on that, in that sense. Does that mean that Ukraine is good? It doesn't. Ukraine's not good. Ukraine is another one of these sort of devolved liberal fascist states. So it has tons of fascists in it. It has fascists in its parliament. It is very reactionary in a general sense. But does that mean that it doesn't have the right to defend itself? Absolutely not. Russia absolutely is the aggressor. It is a wannabe imperial hegemon in the region. It wants to create control over all of the surrounding states and hopefully turn them into vassal states where priority number one, claim territory. Priority number two, whatever's left over, turn it into a vassal state. That's what Russia wants. So we're back to this campist stuff. The only way we could really support Russia in that is if we're like, yeah, Russia conquering Ukraine means defeating the U.S. Sure. If you've got that campist mentality, then sure, maybe you can justify why you support a fascist oligarchy. But I think for those of us who recognize that nations, insofar as they continue to exist, should probably have sovereignty, we can unequivocally say that Ukraine has the right to defend itself from Russian aggression. Does that mean that Ukraine is good? Once again, no. Ukraine bad and Russia bad. The state's bad. Lots of bad people in both populaces as well. Very fascist societies. Don't really need to support Russia or Ukraine any further than that, other than to say that the people of Russia and Ukraine do not deserve to be tyrannized by dictators. They do not deserve to be ruled by people who only want the empowerment of hierarchical power structures, that only want to perpetuate the mega machine across the planet. That is all either of them want. They just want it in different ways. John Doe says, how is anarchism going to defend itself against the impending gnome invasion? My friend, we will not defeat the gnomes. We will become allies with the gnomes. They're going to invade, but then we're going to broker peace with them. We're going to say, look at how you've been tread under. You've had to hide away in secret. You're short, and these tall humans are dominating you with their tallness. Join together with the revolutionary constituency of the people, the masses. Join together with the masses. Overthrow this tallest system. It's this heightest, sizest system. And then that's it. Boom. We got a revolution. A gnome revolution. As a short person, I'm sold. That's what LGBT Mapper says. All right. So let's scroll back up here. Somebody just said Titus was the best Final Fantasy protagonist, and I'm not even going to comment on that. Titus? Are you fucking with me right now? You know that's not true. Come on. Anyway. Crystal Jensen. I'm going to use this argument with my girlfriend. I am the most oppressed people in the planet, 160 centimeters. Yeah, I'm American, so I don't know how tall that is. Let's go find out. 160 centimeters in feet. Boom. Oh, that's very short. That's 5'2", basically. Yes, 'tis very short. Little Makwa says, do you have thoughts on the importance of firearms and firearms training? Yes, absolutely. If you're in a place where you can own a firearm, you should probably own a firearm and probably learn how to use a firearm. I unfortunately think we are entering very turbulent times. We are entering times where people probably need to know how to defend themselves. And I think that there have been a lot of rational reasons why people have not necessarily encouraged widespread ownership of firearms due to personal safety. But I just want to say that given that we just had long discussions about the rise of fascism and the fact that fascism almost always comes with stochastic domestic violence, do I really need to bear forth on that? Like, you can kind of understand what I'm saying, right? Like, it's dangerous to be defenseless when fascists are armed and aggressive. Don't we all agree? Can we agree? I think so. So probably buy a gun and learn how to use a gun. And also, if you are unsafe around a gun, learn how to become safe around a gun. That is to say, learn how to not mishandle a gun. If you feel that you're a danger to yourself or others, don't become not a danger to yourself and others. Ask yourself how that can be changed, how you can practice safe behaviors around firearms given that fact. Because it's not impossible, and you should probably be able to defend yourself if fascists want to carry out pogroms, if we are going to be stuck in the years of lead or something like that. Yeah, for those who are looking for resources on firearms, check out Yellow Peril Tactical and Actual Pythia, Pythia. Yeah, you should absolutely seek out good sources. Personally, for me, I'm going to say Yellow Peril Tactical is very much a big one for me. There's also a core organizer of mine who is doing a lot of work on this. They have been getting more and more knowledgeable about guns. They are also now training people. They're training themselves. And that is, I believe, Shid Vicious, SHIDD.Vicious. I think that on Instagram. Let's go see if that works. Yup, that's it. That's the one. Go follow them. They'll talk to you about the guns. Yeah, I think somebody says, Amoebius says the revolution will need therapy as well. It absolutely will. It's hard to get people to do that for free. It's very emotionally draining, isn't it? Circumvent says, reading Rex on years of lead, I'd just go to Wikipedia, my friend. Just go start with the basics, you know? Just go find out what the basics of the situation is. Dang, it keeps switching back to live chat. What's that about? There we go. All right. Well, I'm starting to feel like I'm coming to the end of this here stream. Been going for 4.5 hours. I think I'm ready to have a rest. Probably eat some food. Be incredibly lazy. That's my plan. My plan is to be very lazy for the remainder of the evening. So yeah. Anybody got any final questions, thoughts? Just want to emphasize there are a few ways you can support the channel. Start with the first one. First one is becoming a patron at my Patreon, which is patreon.com. We're going to put that in the chat. Patreon.com. Patreon.com. Become a patron for any amount. There's $2, $5, $7, $10, $12, or $20 a month. Any amount that you can spare is enormously helpful. It's what allows me to do the channel. That's like the big contributing factor to me be able to continue to make consistent content is the Patreon. However, if you'd also like to do a recurring subscription, but you don't want to use Patreon, you can use YouTube membership. YouTube membership is pretty much just structured exactly like the Patreon. I do, however, get a slightly smaller cut. Not a big deal. Any amount of income is nice. I appreciate y'all. Next is ad revenue, but y'all don't really affect that. I mean, just, you know, watching through the ads gets me a little bit of money. Then we have got direct stream contribution. So this stream, you know, this gets me a little bit of money when y'all put tips in the tip jar. Lastly, I am now on Means TV. Means TV. And then we go to, let's see. I mean, this is fine. We'll just put Means TV and then boom, there it is. If you go to Means TV and you use the code ANARCH, that will give you a discount on the price of a subscription to Means TV. Means TV is basically just socialist Netflix, and that includes all kinds of socialists and social democrats and everything in between. Socialists, social democrats, anarchists, everything you might expect from the whole spectrum is there on Means TV, including my work and a few other anarchists. For example, Prince Shakur, Seriously Wrong, did a collaboration. Those are things you can find on Means TV. Using that code is how I get money. So if you do an account, use the code. That's how I make money. I think that's about it, y'all. I think that's about everything. Crystal Jensen says, been reading Utopia of Rules. Is there another anti-managerial resource you would recommend? I mean, he also did Bullshit Jobs. You should probably read Bullshit Jobs, but... 5 Arrow says, I'm going to get Means TV, but use the promo code ERNERK. Well, that's not going to work. I think that isn't good. That won't work. I don't think so. Just giving you a heads up on that one. Let's see here. Cool. Good things happening here. This is a good stream. I'll probably cut some of this out. This will become videos. I appreciate y'all joining me, and I'll see y'all next time.